Hello there. Welcome to stream number 291. What's over there? It's a fearsome beast. I have Beast Cam active. So, today I thought I'd do something different. Some viewers a couple weeks ago, when this started, asked me if I was going to take part in the advent of code. And I didn't know what it was. I looked it up. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But it's already started. I missed the first few days. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? So I figured, oh, I'll just wait till next year. And then I saw more and more people trying out this advent code. And I'm like, maybe I should just see how far I can get in 4 hours. Maybe I can catch up. It's not a cat. It's a beast. Yeah, so that's a top-down view right now of the cat tower. And he's sleeping. He did not move at all, except to breathe, as I set up the complex arrangement of camera and USB cable above him. Oh, thank you for the 20 bits, TS Just. All broken up into convenient doggo bits. Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, today is all about advent of code. I'm going to try it out. On at least low resolution, the text Beast Cam looks a bit like Beast Car. Wonder if I can change the font. I like that font, though. Can I change it to, like, bold? There's no bold version of it. It's just regular. What if I make it uppercase? There we go. And then line it back up again. Like that. Yeah, I couldn't bold the font. But I can make cam uppercase. That works, right? Beast cam. All right. So I did not look into any of the challenges just to try to, what do you call it? First playthrough. So I have no idea what the challenges are in Advent of Code. The only thing I've heard is that number one is ridiculously easy. Move the cam to the bottom right over the guy. I mean, that awful guy, right? How do I move these together? Can I move them together? I can. You mean like that? Yeah, who needs to see that weird guy? All right. So, the only thing I've done so far is log in, and so my name is up there, and that's it. So let's look at the about. So, hi, I'm Eric. I made the Advent of Code. Hope you like it. Also made all those other things. You can find them. It's an Advent calendar of small programming puzzles for a variety of skill sets that can be solved in any programming language you like. People use them as a speak contest, interview prep, etc., etc. You don't need a CS background to participate, just a little programming knowledge and some problem-solving skills. Those will get you pretty far. You don't need a fancy computer. Every problem has a solution that completes in almost 15 seconds. Yeah, there is an about page, and we're reading it because Eric put in the effort to write it. We should at least read it, right? So general tips: if you get stuck, try your solution against the examples. You should get the same answers. If not, reread the description. If maybe you didn't understand something, if a program is doing something you don't expect, etc., etc. So the difficulty and subject matter varies through each event. Generally, the puzzles get more difficult over time. So that makes sense that the first puzzle was ridiculously easy, but I bet number 25 would be the toughest one, right? Your specific skill set will make each puzzle easier or harder than someone else, okay? Making puzzles is tricky, I can understand that. Yeah, so they unlock a new puzzle every day. Oh, cat moving. No, he just turned over. He's now staring out into the world. All right, so I logged in with OAuth. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You didn't have to create an account or anything. You just authenticate yourself through GitHub or Reddit or whatever. All right, and then there's credits, etc., etc. All right, we're gonna play. So back to here, puzzle number 1. Day 1, the tyranny of the rocket equation. Santa has become stranded at the edge of the solar system while delivering presents to other planets. To accurately calculate his position in space, safely align his warp drive, and return to Earth in time to save Christmas, he needs you to bring him measurements from 50 stars. Collect stars by solving puzzles. Right. I remember reading this before. 2 puzzles will be made available on each day. Second puzzle is unlocked, so we know what the first puzzle is, but not what the second puzzle is yet, because we have to solve the first puzzle. Not sure if you posted this yet, but what's that clip for? Did I make a mistake, or is that a good one? Let me watch it. Oh, that's from Tim. Oh, that's nice. Oh, nice. That was 18 days. I remember that. Yeah, he was testing out his shout-out thing. That's cool. Thank you for that, Nui. Yeah, implementing shout-outs. That's cool. I should probably do something similar. Okay. So the elves quickly load you into a spacecraft to prepare to launch. At the first go, no go, every elf is go to the fuel counter upper. They haven't determined the amount of fuel required yet. Fuel required to launch a given module is based on its mass. Specifically, you find the fuel required for a module, take its mass, divide by 3, round down, and subtract by 2. And they have a nice example here. The fuel counter upper needs to know the total fuel requirement, so you have to individually calculate the fuel needed for the mass of each module. So that's the puzzle input, and then add them together. And then the output, I guess, is what's the sum. So should I go ahead and get the puzzle input? Or should I... Let's see how far I can... Let's set the stage here. So we're setting up to solve... We're setting up a new project workspace to solve the advent of code challenges. The real challenge is, will that fit in my little blurb there? Yeah, just barely. Okay. So, new... Can I make a new folder and then open it? Yeah, I just fixed it, Nui. I don't want a new file. I don't want a new window. Can I do open folder and then create a new folder? I guess I can. Where's the little button? Oh, here we go. New folder. Advent. Let's do that style. Open that. All right. New folder completely from scratch, but I'm going to cheat a little bit and make a new window and open last project workspace, because I kind of want to copy some of the basic files that I use to build stuff. So I'm gonna try to do all these challenges in C++, right? So I'm gonna want a CMake list. Give me that file, please. And what else am I gonna want? Probably a sample tool, a standalone program. So sure, let's pick Newman. And let's rename it to, I guess we'll number it by, we'll just call it 1. It's no laughing matter, that's true. How come I can't rename it to 1? It won't let me. Is it insisting on making it, that's really strange. Hold on. Oh, it would help if I had a command line to run this stuff. Oh, Slickfur! 8 months! My goodness, thank you for the resub. You here for the kitty cam? The beast cam, not kitty. He's not a kitty, he's a beast. We'll see how long he sleeps there. Sometimes he'll sleep there the entire stream. Other times he'll kind of jump down and run away. And either want to be let out, or he'll yell at me, or something. Looks like he's tired today, I guess. All right, I'm going to go to Advent of Code, and I guess I'll just rename, not remove, rename. Permission denied. Why would it be permission denied? Don't deny me permission. What if I do it from here? Rename. Access is denied. I wonder if it's because this has it open. Let's close it and try it again. Okay, that worked. I have no idea why VS Code wouldn't let me do it. So I'm gonna have to. I don't have the auto hotkey thing to do this yet, so I gotta do it myself. Excuse me, one moment. There we go. NTFS. I think it has something to do with admin of code. All right, select a kit because it saw my CMake files. I'm going to want to build 64-bit for my computer, not the ARM. Okay, it's going to completely break because I just stole this CMake list from my game, so none of that stuff exists. So this is for advent of code. CMake list for RIMU 8354's workspace for the advent of code challenges. Actually, if I'm going to do this next year, maybe I want to put it under a 2019 subdirectory. It's not proprietary and confidential. This is let's just call it AOC. Why not? And let's make it pure C++, so I don't care about the C standard. Well, no, let's leave that. Position independent code. We're not going to do testing. Parent directory. Yeah, so this is if it's standalone. All the standard boilerplate stuff. We're not going to use Google test. And this is standard stuff that I like to have. Okay, no AWS, no Google test, no LibreSSL, no Lua, no zlib. All right, and then add subdirectory 2019. I'll add that in a moment. Oh, wait a minute. These are ones that were pulled in that are shared. So this subdirectory really, let's go there and we'll have nothing there at first. Okay, then let me see if I can make a new folder called 2019 and move it. And move one into it. Why doesn't it not let me do that? It's weird. Let's do it outside here. Because I'm sitting here in the shell inside that directory. So move one, do it from this one. Advent of code, move one to 2019. All right, good. Those are pretty handy for the example inputs. Who are you and what did you do? What's submission mean? You mean like submitting the answer? Tested some new chemicals. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I closed this. Why did I do that? I should have just said reopen, because I meant to position the window again. I'm just being dumb. Width correct nearby. The more I do this, the more painful it's going to be, and the more I'll be like, I should just do a playing with scissors set and get auto hotkey to position my windows for me. And for the CMake list header, you wrote workspace, such as suggested submission. Submission is, you mean like when I submit my answer down here? Because this is just the code to get the answer, right? So it's just, this is my overall workspace for, oh, you mean like, should I specify here? For solving, right? Yeah, I just should bite the bullet and get auto hotkey. I've just been lazy, you know? Okay, why does it not like that? Oh, yeah, it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. But this one's CMake file is going to be pretty easy. CMake list.txt. It's just going to simply pull in all the other all the various, what are they called? Individual what's? Puzzle. Pull in all the various puzzle solvers. Okay, for this year. And I probably need to have this minimum required up at top, and it's just a bunch of add subdirectories, right? Should I have like 1-1, 1-2? 1-1, 1 yeah, maybe. Because there's going to be 2 puzzles for each day, right? The thing is this going to let me rename it? It does. All right. I'm taking to solve day 1, 15 minutes and counting. Yeah, I know. Well, it's mostly the setup, right? So this is, so you make lists for puzzle 1-1 for Advent of Code 2019. Okay, what are we going to name the thing? AOC 11? AOC 1_1? Sure. We'll have a main. Sure. Let's actually, if we're really nice about this, we could have a 2019 folder, right? I don't know what I'm going to need to link in. Probably nothing. Standard C++ library, and we don't have certificates. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? And I never waved to TS Joss, did I? There we go. Fix that problem. And I never started my channel timer. All right. Do I need a license and all that? I should just move that license to the top, because I'm probably just going to be, I don't need this. Probably just going to be checking this into GitHub and making it MIT license anyway. So maybe have a top level README only. README, Advent of Code. I'll fill this in later because I want to do summarize what Advent of Code is and how this workspace contains solvers for the various puzzles. All right. Usage. Let's just say AOC 1_1. Do I want to put the input there or have it on the command line? Let's just say that start solving puzzle 1.1, 1-1. Okay, and then I probably don't need to say anything more. This is a portable C++ program. Yes. Yeah, this is all this boilerplate stuff I like. So we don't have any libraries yet. Hopefully we don't need any. Generate the build system. And then we're done. Okay. So main. This holds the main program, so we don't have any includes yet. Probably we'll want standard IO though. And just delete all the anonymous stuff. Do I care about usage information? I'm not even going to bother. Environment, all of this stuff I don't need. I'm being careful because there might be some stuff here I could use. In fact, the main has stuff I want to use. This is the main entry point for the program. I'm not going to say what it does or anything like that, but I want to keep this in, just because I think it's nice to have that for memory leak stuff. Don't buffer standard output. And at the end, say that we're exiting, so that needs standard lib, I think. Okay, and that thing needed something else. Hold on. WinDebug or something. Where's the other window? Here it is. Make that bigger. Search for that. I know I pulled in the proper header at least one place. Nope. Nope. Did I do it for Moon Unit? I should have. Nope. I know Newman didn't do it. Maybe the orchestrator did it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. That I should probably go back to my game project, and everything that uses that for memory leak detection needs to have that. Okay, let's build the thing. Yeah, built it. So I can run it now. Just because I am kind of used to doing it this way, I'll go into 2019, 1.1, and just run it. No, it doesn't do anything. Does it still say the library is not intended to be used alone? I thought I fixed that. intended. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I have a problem with copy paste. Let's find where I have written the correct language for building for a main program in MD files here. Let's see. Probably moon unit. Yeah, actually that's not true. Well, actually no, that is true. There we go. Fixed it. Start bot. Isn't the bot running? What happened to my bot? Uh-oh. I need to restart my game, which runs my bot. Ah, dang it. When it's overloaded like that, I can't even connect in. Shoot. Well. Hey there, Quantum Blaze. I'm trying to start my bot, but my bot is dead right now. I'm going to wait until I can actually log into my bot and restart it. For right now, the commands don't work. Yeah, I gotta wait a little bit, I think. This is the problem that I've noticed on AWS. If you run out of memory or CPU on the instance, then you can't even connect in through SSH. It's sort of annoying. Or maybe I need to set it up so that SSH is some kind of higher priority thing. But, yeah, hello, Quantum. Oof indeed. So remind me to give you a point later, TS Jost. Also, I didn't update the today command, which doesn't matter because the today command doesn't work. You know, someone can find your exact location from Facebook? Yes. I do know. All right, let's look at challenge number 1 again. I'm guessing that they're going to give us a string of numbers for each module, and we just have to, for each number, do this math on it. Get some weirdo messaging you saying he can track your LP address? You mean your IP address? So, it's just a weirdo. I would say ignore them. Click input link and check the format. Input link. You mean this one? Aha! There are our numbers. So I think the most convenient way would just to be put this into a file. So let's save this. And it should maybe go into like another folder called example, right? And call it input. And we're going to open the input file and read in the mass of each module. If someone has your IP address, they can find the general area you're in based off of your internet provider. But you know, that could be, if you live in a densely populated area, it's not going to help them that much. It'll say something like, well, he lives in New York or something like that, right? But if you're maybe in a more remote area where there aren't as many people, it could narrow down like near where you live. So I don't know. Yeah, and things can be out of sync. Yeah, so it may or may not be a concern. That's why people try to keep that stuff private, just in case. I don't think he could find your exact house unless he works for the internet service provider, the ISP. You think so, TS Just? I wouldn't think so. I would think it would just narrow it down to the ISP's service area. Can you prevent it? Get a new IP address and that they don't know? Use what do they call it? How come the names are escaping me today? Yeah, don't be on the internet. Yeah, don't post pictures of your house. Oh, sometimes some cameras, when they take a picture, they include coordinates in them, which is bad. Well, one thing I like to do when I take a picture, I load it into my computer and then take I know this might be dumb, but I take a screenshot of the picture, and that strips out all the tags. You could also find a tool that just strips out all the JPEG tags, or convert it to a format that doesn't have tags in it, like PNG, and then convert it back to JPEG. And you're gonna have some loss. There are probably tools out there that can do it really efficiently. Does Facebook strip them out now? That's probably a smart thing. All right. Anyway, open up the file and read the message tomorrow. So we're gonna have gonna have my handy dev docs here, because I sometimes don't remember this stuff, even though I should. Right. Okay. So let's make it cool and have memory, and we'll have standard shared pointer. Well, why does it need to be shared? Unique pointer to a file, and how does this work again? I forget how I do this, so I'm going to cheat again and look here. I should probably change the current task, right? So, setting up solver program, I can't spell, for advent of code. Puzzle 1-1. Okay, it's this format I want. Standard function that takes a file. Input. fopen. Let's assume it's in the same folder, just to make it easy, as the current working directory. Mode. Read text. And then this would be something that takes a file and closes it. Fclose file. Why do you put spaces around that? It's just an old habit, because old versions of C++, if you did that, it would parse that as one token, and it would be a syntax error. So you literally had to do that for older versions of C++ with templates. So they had templates, but the parser wasn't smart enough to see that as two separate tokens. So to balance that space, I put a space over here, and it formed that as a habit. So I just do that out of habit. And I'm used to seeing my own code written like that. So if I did this, it's still technically correct, but it looks weird to me. So it's just to satisfy my own habits. Okay, why is this not? Oh, because I need to have functional. All right, and then we're going to read in line by line is get f, or fget, right? Fget s. Right, stop on a new line. Or can I do... Let's just do fgets. So, while not eof input. Oh, right. And I need to have get. Can I just get this out? So this is going to be file input owner. And we'll have const auto input equals input owner get. Then I can just say input. And let's put this into a nice vector. Or does it matter? It doesn't matter. We'll just process. We'll put it into a vector to make it easier to understand. Thank you for that follow. Let me strip the data and save them just in case. I see. Yeah. Yeah, where do they strip it, but where do they put it once they stripped it? Beast is still asleep, huh? Alright, so we're gonna do an fgets. And I do need to provide storage. Wasn't there like a get line? Maybe that's in C++. There is a standard get line, but I need to use, I can't use, maybe I should be using stream-oriented stuff and not C. No, let's use C. I'm committed. fgets, right? Yeah, if I was doing C++, but I've already written this much, so might as well continue, right? It's the sunken cost fallacy. And what does it return? It just returns... Right, well, it could fail. It's always going to succeed, though, right? I guess we should check it for failure. If that equals null, return exit failure. Let's do the right thing here. Standard error. Error reading. Input line. Okay, fgets is going to need some kind of buffer. Let's make one. Static char buffer. I'll do something totally bad here. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. It's 256. And this one takes the string, the count, and then the string. So it's buffer, size of buffer. Let's see, does it include... Reads at most -1. And writes a null character. So that's correct. It is the size of. And then input. And then... I guess we'll just parse it directly as an int. So we'll have this vector of ints, masses, and then we'll do this. It could fail to parse here. So if scanf %d address, so int mass, address of mass is not 1. Hold on. scanf. Which one's first? The buffer's first. Buffer. %d mass is not 1. Then it's error parsing input line. Otherwise, it's masses push back mass. All right, and then so what is the puzzle? What kind of words does the puzzle use here? So, all right, calculate and sum the fuel requirements for each module. Okay, so it's so this is sum. So it's all integer math, right? So they call it total fuel requirement. Oh, I am being texted. Oh, actually, it's AWS telling me the game instance is out of control. So I should probably log in and just kill it. Hold on, let me do that. In fact, let me update the current task here. stopping or restarting AWS instance for my bot. Sorry, it's private. It's off screen. All right. I have alerts set up in AWS, so if like it starts to exceed CPU limits and stuff, it texts me. What window is that going to open on? I should probably just turn off my display for a second. Hold on, which button is that? This one. Just so it doesn't leak. Actually, it opened on an OK window, so I can turn it back on. Hold on, I gotta do this password stuff. Hold on. Security is so inconvenient. Don't you guys think so? All right. All right, EC2, and I get, yeah, it's a totally private stuff, so I can't show any of this. But I need to tell it, action, instance state, reboot. Yes, reboot. I'll just let it reboot, and I'll keep working while it's rebooting. How about that? All right, so back to... Actually, we're writing solution for event code there. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. I didn't say hi to you before, but you were chatting all along. Hi. Okay, total fuel requirement. So for auto mass in masses, total fuel requirement plus this is the core of it where we're actually solving it, right? It's take the mass, divide by 3. Rounding down just means take the 4, which is just integer math, right? And subtract 2. So it's divide by 3, subtract by 2. So it's mass divided by 3 minus 2, right? And then output the result. F, or just print F. Total fuel requirement, %D, total fuel requirement. Done. Now, I could be optimistic and just try my input submission and see if I get it the first try. It should be fine, right? Because it's the very well, no, hold on. Let me do it with their example just because I want to try to get my input correct on the first try. Let's try these numbers in their example, right? So a new one and we'll call this well, we'll just put the numbers in there. So 12. Save that. Let me put it directly into the build folder. Why did it? Oh, because we're looking at plain text. Please show me all files. All files. Yeah, there it is. So input.txt. Okay. Error reading input line. Really? Input's there. Why would it be giving me an error input line? Oh, is it because the last line is empty? Hold on. See, this is why I'm glad I'm trying it with the example first. Let's have it print out something. Accepted input mass %D mass. Build that. Can't use the terminal? I could, but I just prefer to do it this way. Yeah, so it's the last line it has trouble with. Probably because it's at the end of the file, right? So let's do another check here. If FEOF input break. There we go. So total field requirement is 2, like they said. So 14, hold on, is 2 also. And then the next example was 1969. 654. Looks like we're good, right? So, whoops. 33583. Cool. So let's try a real input here. So copy 2019-11 example input, and then, oops, yes, overwrite, and then run it. There's our answer. Submit. That's the right answer. I got 1 gold star. Continue to part 2. Should I do the right thing here and make this a check-in? I should, shouldn't I? It took me 41 minutes to solve that. Most of it was boilerplate setup, though, right? Oh, you can't see it because of the beast. Sorry about that. There we go. Maybe, yeah. I guess I can just do that for right now. There we go. Sorry about that. So what you missed before was when, what was it? Couldn't read the input line, right? Saw that it was there. Then I printed out that, okay, it accepted the first line, but then it was the second line. So the second line was the end of file. So I'm like, check for end of file. Then it was computing the numbers correctly. All 4 of these examples matched. So then I overwrote that input with the real example input and ran it again. And it printed out all the input and then printed the output. And I took the output and pasted it in and submitted it. Okay. Git init. Git add a dot. Oh, how did that happen? Oh, because 1-1 has a git a .git folder. We need to get rid of that. 2019 1-1 remove .git because I copied it from Newman. So let's start over. Git init, add a dot. Okay. I think I need to get the git ignore file from anywhere else. So git ignore to here. Let me edit that. Because it has all these things which don't matter. I just want that stuff at the top. Sure. Oh, is the beast just turned over, didn't he? Such a cutie. Does that look good? Looks good to me. Why am I doing the GUI? I can just do git commit -m initial revision. And then, I don't know. I might as well just push this onto the real GitHub. So, oh, by the way, how's my instance doing? Is it rebooted yet? Running. Okay, I'm in. So, I might as well just tell it to update all security stuff while I'm here. Is this okay? Yes. All right, and then I'm logging into my GitHub just to create repository for AOS. What am I calling it? Advent of code. Create. All right, and so git remote add origin git at github.com my name 54 advent of code git push u origin master, right? Okay, now, internet people, you should have my code. Looks good. Okay, and then did the security update for my AWS server, so I'm gonna have it reboot. Sudo reboot. I'm just gonna reboot it. I always reboot stuff after I update packages, just because sometimes updaters for packages don't really work until you reboot stuff, even though they say you don't need to. Anyway. Does it still say that? I thought I fixed that. Oh, wait, but that part is true. You can bring it in as a part of a larger project. The way I did that is most of the stuff is inside of this magic in CMake. It says if you're at the top level of the CMake hierarchy, then do all this stuff. Otherwise, just add your subdirectory. So if I wanted to, I can make admin a code a sub workspace or sub directory of another CMake workspace, and it would still work. But if you set it up as itself, it's at the top level, then it pulls in all this boilerplate that I like to have, so that it can stand alone. So I should probably, when I make more tutorial videos about CMake, I'll go over that trick. Most projects don't do that. They assume that they either are at the top level or they are not, and I find it annoying. Okay, let's see if my AWS instance is rebooted, because I want to get my bot back up and running. Okay, it's back up and running, so I'm going to save the last output file and just start the new one. I want to do screen, and within that screen, run the servers. Can you make a CMake tutorial for Tim so he can stop using Premake? Maybe. I mean, I made one small one, and I can't link to it until my bot starts running again. But that should be pretty soon. It just shows how to set up a project, like kind of like the stuff that I did here with some of this stuff, and then add subdirectory, and then the really small one to actually make the program, which was where? Not under the build. Why do I have two levels? Oh, yeah, because every directory level has to have add subdirectories for the subdirectories. But this is all you need to make a simple program, right? Say what the source file is, and you don't even need to make it into a variable. You can just put it directly into here. And a lot of this is just for convenience. The only really line that you need is this add executable. You give it a name, you list your source files, and it figures out that it needs to run the C++ compiler and all that. Okay, the bot seems to be running. Who did I owe points to? It was just TS Jost, right? And then who else? Just to make sure. Oh, I should update the today command. So what's the today command say right now? And what am I doing? Raimo is attempting to solve the advent of code puzzles. Advent of Code 2019 puzzles. So maybe put the link in here to the advent of code. Check out today's plan in the stream notes. And that's this link. There we go. Today. I even put the spaces around the link so that it would parse correctly. Okay, so I can exit my AWS, sign out. Okay, all back to normal. The game's running again with the bot. I'm happier. Oh, you like the beast? Hey there, A squared. Yeah, the beast cam. I forget who exactly. It might have been multiple people asked for it, but yeah, I had an extra camera, so I hung it above where the cat's sleeping today. Yeah, today we're working on advent of code challenges. So I got through the very first one. Most of the time went into setting up stuff, so maybe the next challenge will go quicker. So I guess we just go back. Oh no, part 2. During the second no-go poll, the elf in charge of the rocket equation double checker stops the launch sequence. Apparently forgot to include additional fuel for the fuel you just added. Fuel itself requires fuel just like a module. Take its mass, divide by 3, round down, and subtract 2. However, that fuel also requires fuel, and that fuel requires fuel, and so on. Any mass that would require negative fuel should instead be treated as if it requires 0 fuel. Why would mass require negative? Oh, because of the subtracting by 2. The remaining mass is instead handled by wishing really hard, which has no mass and is outside the scope of this calculation. What if the cat goes outside? I'll just have to turn off the camera because I can't take the camera outside. It's wired to my computer right now. Also, for privacy reasons. Wish very hard, chat, yeah. So each module mass, calculate the fuel and add it to the total. Then treat the fuel you just calculated as the input mass and repeat the process. Continue until fuel requirement is 0 or negative. Okay, so I'm going to take 1.1 and copy it and call it 1.1-2. Go to this one and add 1, 2. Let's see how fast I can do this. This main is pretty much the same, only we calculated the fuel requirement, and this says, what's the mass of the fuel again? Oh yeah, thank you, Toulouse. Point. I'm still haven't gotten into that habit of keeping it up to date. Boink. I'm just trying to understand this. How do I get the mass of fuel? Oh, the number itself is an input. So this number goes into as another input. So what does it want? It just wants the answer. Okay, so we'll say it's just a mass now, right? So can I just loop until the masses are empty? So while not mass is empty, let's have some more fuel, new fuel, and then do that, and this will be total fuel plus equals new fuel, and masses equals new fuel. Unless it's negative, right? If new fuel is less than or equal to 0, break. And we should just print stuff while we're doing this, right? So printf added fuel, %d, new fuel, and then build it. And then we're going to go to 1-2, and we'll just use the same input, right? Did it not build it? I have a building mistake. Oh, I copied it, but I didn't rename the output program. There we go. There's our new number. Should I be bold and try? Oh, there. Hey, hi there. Hi, Anakin Luke. My tongue is twisted today. I don't know why. Hi. If you do more of this printing, maybe look into a fully fledged locking system. Well, we're just solving problems, though, right? We don't have to be. We don't have to totally. We don't have to make it totally nice, do we? Submit. Not the right answer. Oh no. Please wait 1 minute before trying again. I wonder if it's because I added -1. Oh, wait. I didn't put the equation. I didn't put it through the equation first. That was dumb. Okay. Return to day 1. All right. I know what I did wrong. I just wasn't thinking. Actually, no, I did. I thought I did do it correctly. So let me try a sample. Try their example. Shoot, build. How come it's not finding it in the right directory here? Hold on. Okay, why isn't it finding 1-2? That's weird. Do I need to just reload? Reload window. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't find it before. All right, input. So what's their example? Let's take this number. Okay, requires 654, correct. Then this fuel requires 216 more, and that's 70 more, and then 21, and then 5, which requires no further fuel. So the total fuel required is 900. Okay, so I did get the correct number. So wonder why my number wasn't right. Oh, does the input change? Did someone already tell me that? I bet it gave me new input. And I didn't, and I just used one's input. I bet that's what it is. I have to actually get my puzzle input. It says it hasn't changed though. But do I believe it? You're just doing something wrong, probably. Yeah, I think it is correct. Okay, so what did I do here? So we added that fuel, and then that became a mass, so then we added that. That's the fuel needed for that mass. And then so on until we got that, but we discarded that, just like we did on these other ones. So why didn't it work? Does it want me to do it for every module? Oh, that's what it is. It's not the total fuel. It's per module. Will I get a different number? Well, shouldn't I get the same number? No, I won't because of the rounding. That's what it is. All right. So I got to do this loop here. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. Inside of this, don't I? Yeah. So there's not, it's not that there's no fuel. Said my answer is too high. Yeah. It's hard to teach a cat any language. All right, so let's just make this a function to make it easier. So fuel required mass return mass divided by 3 minus 2. So fuel, well, hold on. For int fuel equals fuel required for the mass. Fuel is greater than or greater than 0. Fuel equals fuel required fuel. Total fuel required plus equals fuel. And we don't need to print that, do we? Because we don't actually need a loop here. Let me see if I got this right. So for every mass, calculate the fuel required for that mass, and as long as it's greater than 0, add it to the total fuel required. But then we have to add more fuel for the fuel required for the mass of that fuel, so we repeat. And we're doing that for every individual mass separately. So if I copy that input again, the number I got before is 521, this number. What do I get now? I get this number. Okay, let's try that number. Yay. Looks like it's misspelled. It did look to my eye like I misspelled it. Yeah, the instructions did say that. I just didn't look. It wasn't that clear to me. Can I go back and look at it again? It does say for each mass, calculate as fuel added to the total, then. Actually, it's a little bit confusing because they say then. So I thought at first that it's like I do that first, then I do that. So it's a little bit misleading. Get high for day 2, it's a fun one, okay. But we need to check this in, right? So added subdirectory 2, and there's my example input, and that's wrong. 2. Correct. So add solution for 2019 puzzle 1, 2. And push it. Nobody cheat now. I wonder, is that in the rules that I shouldn't be posting the source code right now? Does anybody happen to know? Because if I'm not supposed to be sharing a solution in code, then I should just drop it. No, that's fine. All right, we're on number 2. So I'm gonna, before I forget again, I'm gonna say we're writing the solution for Intcode 2.1. People post code immediately after the puzzle's made available. Like how fast? Faster than me. I'm just a slowpoke. Okay. Actually, before I read this, let me get this set up by copying 2.1 and call it 1, 2, 1, 1, and make it 2.1. And this will be 2.1. And this one has to include 2.1. All right. So what's my uptime now? 1 hour and 3 minutes, and the last one was what, 41 minutes? So that took me 22 minutes. Maybe I should track this. 1, 41 minutes, right? I'll just do hours, minutes. 1-2 was 1 hour and 3 minutes, so that's 22 minutes. So 2-1. So I'm kind of slow, aren't I? Let's not save it. It's because I'm taking time doing all sorts of stupid things I don't need to do. On the way to your gravity sister on the moon, your ship computer beeps angrily about a 1202 program alarm on the radio, and Elf is already explaining how to handle the situation. Don't worry, it's perfectly normal. The ship computer bursts into flames. You notify the elves that the computer's magic smoke seems to have escaped. Magic smoke. That computer ran Intcode programs like the gravity assist program it was working on. Surely there are enough spare parts up there to build a new Intcode computer. An Intcode program is a list of integers separated by commas. To run one, start by looking at the first integer, called position 0. There you'll find an opcode, either 1, 2, or 99. The opcode indicates what to do. For example, 99 means that the program is finished and should immediately halt. Encountering an unknown opcode means something went wrong. Opcode 1 adds together numbers read from 2 positions and stores this result in a third position. The 3 integers immediately after the opcode tell you these 3 positions. All right, so we're writing an interpreter. This will be interesting. So suppose you have the following program. It's split into these lines because the opcode determines how many more integers follow. So it's 1, 2, or 99. 1 adds, 2 multiplies, 99 halts, right? Okay. So the input is going to be... So let me just get the input. Get my input. Yeah, it's just a bunch of numbers. And then that goes into our example input. So it's one line with a bunch of numbers. Cool. Let's do the parser first. I don't even need to read about the opcodes. We'll just do a parser. Int get next number. And we'll have a string input and then size t position. Actually, hold on. Let's make that mutable. And we'll know if, well, we won't call this if we know if we've reached the end. So that's all we need, right? And then I can do input find the comma character starting at the position, and then that goes, that's a size type, so that's const auto delimiter is that, and then I can say the number, and if scanf, so the buffer will be input substring from the position, and then the count is the delimiter minus the position, and then C string, and then the format is D, and we go into number. If that's not equal to 1, then, well, we have error. So I'm not going to worry about a sophisticated reporting system. I'm just going to print that we have an error. Bad input detected at position, and then terminate the line. I'm going to do something you should never do in production code here. Why is this not like it? Oh, because I had to put standard error. Exit 0. Actually, we'll just do exit 1. Never ever do that in real production code. All right, don't do this at home. Return number. And we'll want to update the position is delimiter +1. No abort? Well, exit's kind of like an abort, right? It just stops the program. Hey there, Manes. How are you doing? Oh, and someone else I didn't wave to. Orage. Where was your chat? I missed it. Hold on. Must find. It said my answer. Yeah, you told me that it said the answer was too high. Like 5 minutes ago. Hi. Thank you for that. All right. So that's getting the next number. So opening input file, and we're reading in. Open the file and read in. It's going to be a lot simpler. Read in the input string. So it's just going to be a string. Whoops. How did I do this before getting the size? I think I'm just going to switch to C++ at this point. So we still want standard IO for printf, but I'm going to use fstring. And so this, instead of all this crap, it's just going to be standard f. Was it FIO? I can't remember this stuff. I hardly ever use C++ IO stream. Did I close the window? No, it's up here. C++ F stream. Oh, it's IF stream, isn't it? Yeah. IF stream. And then you can input it. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. File name. Mode. What's the mode? Constructor, please. I think I just use the default mode. So I can just use that. And then it's... I can just call getLine, right? So const auto line equals input getLine. Wait a minute. GetLine... Oh, is it a generic algorithm? You need to use the constructor. So on Monday, I had a meeting with young eagles. Well, when it ended, you were playing billiards, colorful balls. Jersey asked for your snapshot. What is this? A girl asked for your snapshot, and you were the Snapchat, and you were the dumb person. You said, "Nah," and slowly began rejecting it more and more. Oh, regretting it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. You can still repair it. You say, "Oh, I thought you said I thought you were I thought you were talking about something else." Say, I focus on software engineering. T.S. Joss, come on. What string does it put it into? Oh, I have to have the string handy and its second input. Okay, why is it that way? Anyway, so that means that standard string line what does it return? It returns input. So I don't care about the return value. So it's standard get line. And what is that declared in? String. Okay, we already have string. So it's input line. And what's delim? The delimiter character. Without a delimiter, it is until end of file. And it'll set the end of file bit. Okay. So I just do that, right? And then I don't need to do this. Okay, what is it not like about getLine? Standard has no... I beg to differ. Am I not including string? Oh, that would be why. All right. So that's good now. So we'll say accepted input line. And then because I want to see if it pulls in any other nasty characters. So line C string. Let's do this incrementally. Okay, I don't need to do this anymore. Hey there, Piano Boxer. Isn't it possible to use stream right? I don't know. I guess. Does that get the entire line, or is that just? Oh, maybe you're right. Hi, by the way. I'll try it out. I hardly ever use like these parts of the standard library, so I'm a little bit, rusty. I need to copy its input. 2019 to one example input. All right. All right, it worked. Let's try Piano Boxer's way too. So instead of get line, it's just input line. The same thing. All right. You get a point. Which do I like better? I kind of like this. I really don't like this syntax because it's, I don't know, I've never really liked the shifting stuff for stream stuff in C++. That's why I kind of still use printf and scanf, because I don't know, that just doesn't feel right to me. And this one's explicit, saying that we're getting one line. So yeah, thank you, Piano Boxer. You get a point, but I'm gonna go with getLine, just because of personal preference. So now we want to just do the loop. So it's basically a state machine. So run our state machine on the input string until it's exhausted. So so there's going to be a position. So and we might as well pre-compute the length, right? So input length is line.length, while position is less than input length. We're going to get the next input, right? So opcode is, I made a nice function for this, get next number, line, position. You copied this straight from Stack Overflow? What, the IF stream thing? To read an entire file? Yeah, see, that just looks gross to me. TS Just. I would never do that. Stream stuff is bad in C++? Yeah, I'm kind of like you, Piano Boxer. I would just use printf in the formatting stuff. Even though I accept the arguments that there are reasons why that's bad sometimes, maybe a lot of the times. Yeah. Like, if I thought a little bit more about C, I'd probably go C instead of C++ for a lot of things. Anyway, let's just print out right now what the opcode is. Opcode. And then let's just break. Just make sure I get the correct first opcode. Opcode 1, all right. So, switch opcode. Case 1, which is add. Case 2, which is multiply. Oh, what am I doing? I need to have that would be nice. And I should spell break correctly. Case 99. Stop. And then default. Error. 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 Technically, I don't need a break, but it just seems imbalanced unless I do that. So let's do it right here. Invalid opcode at... Let's get our original position here. Const auto original position is position. Offset ZU. And then break. Well, let's continue the bad habit that I did up here. Right? Exit 1. Why don't we have a language with a pretty syntax like Python for the browser? Can't you put Python in the browser now? I think if we're not already there, we're nearing an age where you can write in almost any language and you'd either find a tool or just it'll negatively run anywhere. Maybe with some overhead, but yeah. Okay, so this is standard error. Okay, so for add, what do they want us to do? I lost my page I was on. Oh, here it was. Reads from 2 positions and stores the result in a 3rd position. Tell you the positions. First 2 indicate the positions from which you should read the info values, and 3rd indicates the position in which it should be stored. What does a position mean? at the input positions. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, okay. So we're going to be overriding our own input. So I can't use get number, really. I need to get all the numbers first. So parse the input string into a vector of numbers. So we're doing this part here. We're getting, it's not just an opcode, we're getting a number, and we're going to put this into a vector of numbers, right? Numbers. So numbers push back the next number. And we might as well print the number. Next number. Number. Oops. Number. Like that. Let's exit 0 here. And just so I can see that. Nope. We didn't like any of this stuff. Why not? Hold on. What? Syntax error? Yeah, syntax error, indeed. Okay, this we don't... We still want a position. I don't need that. And this is numbers... Well, hold on. We are progressing from left to right anyway, right? So numbers size. And we don't need to do that. The opcode is just numbers position. We're going to reuse the position variable. All right, so something tells me that we're going forever here. Holy crap. So what was that input again? There weren't that many numbers, so what did I do? I must have done something really stupid. What? Do you want to exit at 99? I know, but like I wanted just to print out what the numbers were. Let's figure out something out here. Numbers size. Okay, I don't really know how many numbers there are, but let me see if the first ones are correct. 1003. I mean, I think it's reading it correctly, but there should be, I don't know how many numbers there are here. There shouldn't be that many. It wants to run forever. Okay, here it started over, I think. For some reason it started over. Why would it start over? It became 0. Something in this right here. Oh. I didn't check to see if there wasn't a comma. What does the end with? Is it including a new line at the end? Because it should have stopped at the input length, but maybe there's some trailing garbage at the end. I feel dumb. So slow at this. Let's print out some more stuff. Line length. Next number. Position equals this. Okay, yeah, we started over for some reason. What was the length? 424. Oh, right. The last one doesn't have a delimiter. Okay. I am dumb. If delimiter is standard string no position, then delimiter, so it can't be const, is input length. I actually think find should just return the length, because returning a special sentinel means my arithmetic is screwed up unless I do that special check. There we go. Okay, fix that. So off to processing this stuff, right? So this can just be for we're mutating the array, so I can't just do iterate it, can I? I'll have to do traditional loop. Well, we don't need to redeclare it. Pause less than numbers size. Plus plus pause. Don't need to know the original. Okay, so stop. What does stop mean? Is it very simple? Program is finished and should immediately halt. Okay. So let's just say position equals number size. That'll effectively push it to the end and break out, right? So what does store, if it stores out of range, what does that mean? Does it actually say what it means? Hold on, where does the answer go? Okay, I need to read this more carefully. So just immediately halt, what does that mean? Once you're done processing the opcode, move to the next one by stepping forward 4 positions. 4 positions? Okay. Plus equals 4. Fine. So the output is just the number string again? Okay. Oh, what is the value? What is left? What value is left at position 0 after the program halts? So that's out here, right? Output the value left at position 0. So printf output number 0. Okay, add. So this would be numbers position plus 3 equals numbers position plus 1 plus numbers, position plus 2. And this is just multiply. Let's see what it does. Why did it do an extra one? I don't know. It should have been done. Oh, because it does that, we can't do that. Oh, that's the output. Thank you, Nui. Opcode output. All right. All right. So that's strange. Why would it be exactly 1? Unless I did something wrong here. Oh, no. That's an index. So here I got to do numbers. There. $153 or $156, but I'm not confident that I got it right. So let me take their example. So let's take this longer example here and go to the output, the input here, and just place that there and see what it does. 30. And then let's try this one. 2. No, that's... Well, yeah, it's 2. That's not interesting. It put it in a different position. Well, if I guess I could print out the numbers at the end. Display all of the numbers. Display all the numbers. So, I kind of want to do it with this kind of a loop. Only that. Because I want to do this trick where it says if position is not 0. I cannot type. I'm not sitting correctly, probably. Print a comma. And I can't even type comma correctly for some reason. Okay, printf numbers position. And then printf a new line at the end. There we go. That doesn't look right. Oh, did I do opcode 2 incorrectly? I write an Intcode debugger. Nah, it's not that complicated. I could figure out what I did wrong. I just gotta think. 445. Oh, these are all indexes. So all of these have to have numbers in front. Like that. There we go. 9801. Interesting that this one worked even though I had the indexes wrong. I guess it's because 1 and 1 are both the index and the value. Very crafty. So 311425. Yeah, okay, good. So am I ready to try with my real input? I think so. Two, one, whoops. Dang it. Then run. There's my number. Let's see if I got it right. Submit. That's not the right answer. It's too low. Hmm. I guess we should be printing what we're doing. So const auto arg1 is, well, index1 is this one. Const auto arg1 is numbers index1. And 2, 2, 2, and 2. What am I doing? There we go. So printf adding D from there to D from there and storing at D. At that one. So, oh, that's Mrs. Raimu, combing the kitty. We have a kitty cam. Yeah. She didn't know about the beast cam. All they could see is your hands, I think. No, she's like, yeah, very private. She's not gonna say hi. Probably. Nope. She's like that. Yeah, Toulouse says that they only saw your hands. What? You don't even want them to see your hands? She's very, very shy. Okay. Yeah, the cat needs to be combed a lot. That's what she does. Pay more attention to the puzzle text. You think you missed something? Probably. But I kind of feel like I want to do this. Index arg1, index 1, arg2, index 2, index 3. So that's index 3 is arg1 plus arg2, and then I'm just going to take this whole thing here, paste that, and saying multiplying, and then do that, and then I just want to see it. Okay. Wait a minute, how come it's only printing opcode the first time? Because I didn't have a new line, probably. There we go. Adding 1 and 1 is storing at 3, right? Adding 0 to 0 and storing it at 3. Yeah, okay. What's the donation goal for Mrs. Raimu Hellowing? Probably a lot. I can ask her later. She doesn't want to appear on camera. And that was an unintended hand reveal, I guess. I'll have to go back and look at the VOD. I guess she did. She didn't even notice the camera right above. All right. Let's read the instructions, because I probably missed something, like you said. Return to day 2. That's my problem, I think. While I'm streaming, like, I'm not reading as carefully as I normally do. That's my excuse. I'm sticking with it. To run one, start looking at the first integer. You'll find an opcode. A code one adds numbers read from 2 positions and stores the result in a 3rd position. The 3 integers immediately after the opcode tell you these 3 positions. The first 2 indicate positions from which to read the inputs. Third indicates the position in which the output should be stored. then overwrite the position of 30 with their sum. Opcode 2 works like 1 except for multiplies instead of adding them. Again, the three integers after the opcode indicate where the inputs and outputs are, not their values. Once you're done, move by stepping forward 4. Correct. Do we program kids with, with any kind of spoken language? All right. Step forward 4 positions to reach the next opcode 2. This opcode works just like the previous, but it multiplies of adding. The inputs are there. They contain those. Let me take this string and make sure that my program does the same thing. Okay. So add 30 to 40 and storing at 3. So there's a 70 there, and then we're multiplying 70. 70 and 50, and storing it at 0. And then we halt. Once you have a working computer, the first step is to restore the gravity assist program state it had before. Before running the program, replace position 1 with the value 12. This is a test of can you read the instructions completely. All right, so. All right. Okay. I'm just deciding how I want to do this. Okay. Add in the trick hidden in the instructions. Swift rage. So numbers 1 equals 12. Numbers 2 equals 2. But this is silly. It's silly. Oh, and I got a vector out of range. Abort. Because it's not long enough. So it's, okay, so I have to do it with a real program. So their examples don't work because their examples don't have a position 12. Unless what we do is we just discard. No, these are invalid because we're not doing what the puzzle says. Unless what they're saying is we are repairing the program. We're repairing the program and then we're running it. Okay, so actually what we're doing here is repairing the program, placing the magic smoke back into the computer. Forehead. All right. Ready to try again. Copy my input, overwrite, run it again, get the answer, and paste, submit. Yay. Trick question. I wonder if they do that for to see what the reaction people come out with when they realize that they forgot that step or they didn't read about that step. Okay, thank you for the timer. So 144. This, okay, let's say this went from end duration. So the end was 103, right? So this one, the end is 144. So that is 41 minutes. I'm not doing so good, am I? It's taking me like 40 minutes for each one. Granted, these are supposed to last a whole day, I guess. Downtime, uptime, downtime, left and right time. All right, so add, what's the last commit say? Add solution for puzzle 2-1. Commit. How much more am I going to go for? So I have a feeling that I'm going to get through like 3, maybe day 3, maybe 4. Let's see how good I am. Continue to part 2. Fastest person solved day 2, part 1 in 2 minutes, 8 seconds. Well, thanks for making me feel good, TS Jost. Don't forget to update the task. Of course I'm going to forget that. That's why I have you fine folks to remind me. Thank you. Give you another point. I don't know how you'd solve that in 2 minutes, 8 seconds. I guess if you are... See, I'm not used to speed coding. I'm just slow. I'm like the turtle. I mean, Tim calls me a turtle. Why can't I just be a turtle? Feel like one. You getting depressed by people's crazy speeds? I guess I don't get depressed. It's more like I run through my mind how they could do it that fast. The only thing I can come up with is they've done advent of code before. They've done code speed challenges, and they have amassed a bunch of like they probably didn't spend so much time on this boilerplate stuff. They probably had fragments of code ready to do this kind of thing. So they probably got this stuff within a few seconds because they just pulled it from some fragments of code, and then the core stuff is doing the logic here, and then of course the putting the magic smoke back into the machine. So yeah, I can see how they could do it in 2 minutes and 8 seconds if all of the boilerplate was handy as snippets. Boilerplate's a single line. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not... That stuff, I mean, maybe it would help for my efficiency, but I don't know. I think it only helps to do these kinds of puzzles. Let's move on. Good, the new computer seems to be working. Keep it nearby during this mission. You'll probably use it again. Real Intcode computers support many more features than your new one. We'll let you know what they are as you need them. People solve the puzzles in the same time it takes you to read the instructions. Yeah, I'll try not to worry about the timing. So is it a bad idea for me to be writing down how long it takes me to do these things? We don't know what the end is yet. But now that I was burned by the last one not reading the instructions, I kind of want to read the instructions fully. Is that a bad idea? Core priority should be to complete your gravity assist around the moon. For this mission to succeed, we should settle on terminology for the parts are given a list of integers. These values are used as the initial state from the memory. When you run a program, make sure to start by initializing memory to their values. Position memory is an address. Yes, opcodes mark the beginning of an instruction. The values. So this is a machine language, basically. We're writing the machine. Quick people may or may not be streaming. Yeah, I knew this wouldn't be a speed run. It was mostly me just trying to enjoy it. And also I'm interacting with chat, so I'm at a disadvantage, right? The instruction 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 is the opcode, right? Instruction pointer. Number of values in the instruction. Okay, so I cheated and just added 4. Right, that's what I did. To complete the gravity assist, you need to determine what pair of inputs produces the output 19690720. The input should still be provided to the program by replacing the values at addresses 1 and 2, just like before. The inputs should still be provided to the program. Okay, so the inputs to the program are at addresses 1 and 2. Got it. So we get to write the Intcode program to get that number out. In this program, the value placed in address 1 is called the noun, and the value place an address to is called the verb. You know why they did this? Because that's what the lunar lander or the Apollo computer. That's how the Apollo computer was designed. Each of the two input values will be between 0 and 99 inclusive. Once the program has halted, its output is available at address 0. Also, just like before, every time you try a pair of inputs, make sure you first reset the computer's memory to the values in the program. The puzzle input. So just out of curiosity, let me see if I understand what the puzzle input is. Oh, so it is an entire memory. All right. So let's take a 2-1 and make it 2-2. And this example input comes from here. Is that the same? It's the same program as from 2-1, right? And this is 2-2. Hey there, Teg. How are you doing? Streaming right after the start could be easy to reveal considering the leaderboards, I guess. Yeah, because you'd be giving other people like the answer right. They could compute their answer right away. Yeah, I decided to bite the bullet and try out Intcode. Exactly, iGrok. What convinced me was seeing other streamers doing it. I'm like, that looks like they're having fun. I should do it too. A couple people I didn't wave to. Oh, what Genos asked me half an hour ago, what languages do you use when you don't use C or C++? JavaScript, Python, Lua, a couple of the languages. Let me, oh yeah, I see. I forgot to say hi. Hi, Genos. Don't know if you're still here. And then Gnarly Quack. Hi, Gnarly Quack. You're commenting about the cat being brushed, right? Yeah, okay. Anyway, back to the puzzle. So, it's the whole program's memory. So I'm going to do the same thing, and I just need to find what to replace in positions 1 and 2, right, to get the answer. Ooh. What is 100 times noun plus verb? What? You been enjoying it? I've been enjoying it, except for that last one. I didn't really like that trick. Read 2 paragraphs up. Yeah, I know. We had to determine what... So I need to figure out what to put in for the magic smoke. These 2 numbers, right? I'm just thinking, how do I do this programmatically? The one below that? The input should still be provided to the program by replacing the values addresses 1 and 2. Yeah, we need to determine what to provide to the program by replacing it at 1 and 2. So it's what numbers are here, right? Like that. We need to find out what those numbers are, right? I guess we can use the same terminology. Which one's the noun and which one's the verb? Noun. 1 is the noun, 2 is the verb. Noun. Verb. Okay. So, provide the inputs, noun and verb to the, what is this called? Intcode program. And then the thing is, what are we going to set those to, right? Is the trick here to have this come from me and not the program? You mixed up the noun and verb so many times doing it? I've never done a code jam, so I don't know if this is more fun than a code jam. I'm trying to understand what this paragraph is trying to tell me. Find the input noun and verb that caused the program to produce the output. Yeah, that's the target output, right? Why did they say what is 100 times noun plus verb? For example, if noun is 12 and verb is 2, the answer would be 1202. Too tired to sleep. That seems opposite of how it should work. What does this 100 come from? You have two variables, but only one input box. What do you mean input box? I still don't get it. Where does it say that it needs to be one input box? I guess I don't understand why. The puzzle requires a single input. Why does it say, where does it say that? Where am I missing that? Yeah, it says determine what pair of inputs produces the value. Oh, they need a box. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. They want me to type a single number in here, but it's a pair, so they want me to give an answer that combines the noun and the verb. I gotcha. All right. So really, I just need to be understanding the program that it runs. See if I can make sense of it. So wherever we see a from to, what if I just take this entire... Hold on, let me comment this out for now, and let me change this. I don't need to see the opcode, and I can say I'll make this easier to read. Plus times. To do. Probably the same input, but we'll run it anyway. And I don't need to see all this garbage before. We know that all works. Brute force. You did a manual approach to that? There's an analytical approach for each input. You can find it using the SAT solver. It looked at what happened when you change each value. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, but I'm like, I wonder if I could see it, if I can just see it based off of the input I got. Some of these are just very random. I bet we can just analyze this and try to determine the constants from the variables. Let's do that. So let me put this into thing here. All right. So this is obviously storing the answer, right? And 151, is that mentioned anywhere? No, so 151 is a constant. Oh, wait a minute, no, hold on. It's a variable. So let's name 151. And what's 5? We'll call this one X. Where am I going to store variables? X, 151. X is 151, and let's say Y is 5. So rewriting this would be answer equals X plus Y. So pseudo code. I guess it doesn't really matter if I work from the top to the bottom, right? So 0 is a constant called 1. Because we never store back into 0. So yeah, I can just figure out what the constants and the variables are first. One from 0. And 0 was from 1. And then 3 is a variable of some kind, so we'll... I don't know. We'll call it A for now. So it's A equals 1 plus 0, right? At the very beginning. I should probably just... say the whole... We're going to just put the pseudocode in here. Maybe put the constants at the top. Program. Two is never stored in 2, so it's also a constant. And it happens to be 0 also. So that's A. So it's... So this first line... Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not a constant. That is the verb. Make sure you don't get them mixed up. 1 is noun, 2 is verb. We know these are variables. So that's not a constant. No, that is, but this is not. So it's 1 plus noun. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, it's not. It's 1 plus 1. And that's noun plus A. Right? Which day is this? Day 2. We're on 2-2. Kind of what it says above my head. It's really not writing the answer, is it? So it's analyzing the Intcode program from admin code. Is that going to fit? Nope. Code there. Okay, that's what we're doing right now. I'm analyzing the program. 4 looks like it's also a constant, which is 1. So that is A equals A plus 1. And then is 5 also a constant? There's a lot of constants. So 1 is also at 5. So A equals... wait a minute. So these don't matter because we're just adding 2 constants together again, right? Unless I'm missing something. Thank you for the follow. 0, 4, and 5 are constants. 1 and 1. That's just adding 1. But then this is just starting over with new constants again. Oh, wait a minute. It's a self-modifying program, isn't it? So I need to be tracking, where the opcode is fetched from. Yeah. I'm gonna regret if I don't do that. So let's put an index here. Position. And run it again. And copy this again for our analysis. Come on, scroll, please. There we go. So let's replace the ant place there. Okay. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Yeah, Beast Cam. That's right. So A equals 1 plus 1. And then this is A equals noun plus verb. How come I didn't see that before? Let me go back. What did I have before? Did I just misinterpret it? I did. I had I had A instead of verb. All right. So then A equals A plus, and then that's right now it's a constant, right? No, it is no, it is a constant. We're not modifying the program yet. So this is all no-op because it's eventually just going to do it A equals 1 plus 1 again. Right? Because we're storing into 3, and 3 is not an opcode. Hold on a second. What was the input again? It's just going to overwrite itself, isn't it? 0, 1, 2, yeah. So we are treating it like a variable. Yeah, so it's... Okay, I just want to make sure it's not self-modifying. If it is, it probably is at a certain point. Yeah, so this is going to modify 16, 17, 18. No, that's just modifying its own input. These are all modifying their own inputs, right? $39. These are just modifying their own values. Three, 4, 5, 7, 8. These are all plus 3, right? It could though, A squared. I was just checking for that though. I'm like, they've been tricking me so far. So like they could very well modify it. It could be a self-modifying program, right? But it doesn't look like it. Looks like they're always storing into their own output index. Well, at least starting from here they are. These they were reusing the same variable. I think this is just these don't matter. No, these do matter because it's from the noun. So this is indexing noun and adding the index of the verb and storing it into A. And then wait a minute. Does this even matter then? This is just discarded because we're just adding the noun and the verb again. Okay. These are basically essentially no-ops because this just sets it back to 2 again. It doesn't matter what the noun and verb were. But from here, we're going to start loading from the noun again. So 19. So I've established that all of these are the opcode plus 3. So it's really, if they're used again. Are they always used in the next? They are. Every input takes from the previous output, it looks like. Okay, well that makes it easier. So we really only have one variable. So let's call it Z. So it's, yeah, why have, is this just masking that we're doing this down here? So this is just Z equals, what's 6? It's just 2, plus noun. Z equals 1 plus Z. Z equals, these are all constants, right? Oh, it's times there. And that's times also. Okay, I begin to see how a program could do this. It's building a sequence of math. And we could reverse it. We could take the answer that we want, which is from the puzzle. Where is it? This number. And we could walk it backwards to find out what the noun and the verb should be. Right? So we don't actually have variables x and y. We just really have those variables. The noun, the verb, and a. And then, so that's z plus 1. Yeah, there are a bunch of constants. Okay. So if we read if we scan the program backwards, look at the operation, and we would know, we would see which argument is the previous step, and which one is the constant, and then solve it. So right, this becomes z equals this minus 1, and then go back one step to this one where it's z equals verb plus z. So we would solve for that. Well, this is whatever this number is, right? Which is 19, right? And we would solve for that. Z equals that minus the verb. Okay, I can't do it this way then because we have variables in there. I was thinking if they're all constants, we could just reduce it all the way back to what the verb and the noun should be. Okay. Yeah, this one's tricky. It's a data flow graph. It's really just building a huge equation and solving it, right? It's a graph, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Walking, I was doing it right here manually, walking backwards. It's just now I'm like, okay, what do I do with that? Because then if I can't compute that because I don't know what the verb is, then it kind of compounds on itself, right? This becomes z equals this plus, what is 6 on one of our other constants? I guess it is because we're never storing into it. It's just 2. Right? Or, sorry, I didn't do that right. It's that equals z plus 2. If z is the previous, is the variable. Yeah, roots of some crazy polynomial. How many times does the verb show up? Only at the end, actually. Huh. Okay, that might help a little bit. How about the noun? From 1. Only at the beginning. Interesting. So I wonder if I could reduce a lot of this down. The noun only appears here, and the verb only appears here, and everything else is just operating on that, right? It's not self-modifying, and there aren't any loops. So I checked that. It could, though. The input could have had loops in it, or no, not loops, but the input could have had self-modifying code. But it's always storing into its own output index. It's replacing the output index with the output and then using it in the next step. So it's not so bad. So we can kind of say that the program really starts here, and this is a prologue. Because here we're starting from constants, right? And we're saying it's or no, this was part of the prologue too. The program really starts at 16, right? Or we take the noun and we multiply it by 2. Well, thank you for that follow. So we're multiplying, taking the noun, multiplying by 2, add 1, multiply by 2, etc., etc. Until we get down to adding the verb at the end, and then adding 1. Right? How have you not followed me already? I don't know. Hey there, equivocator. Oh, was Crumpet here? And I was just too focused to say hi? He was. He said they'd have to have fragments of code ready. The 2020 software will be easily executable from 2030. I missed that completely, sorry. Who is this equivocator person? I don't know. Random person on the internet. I'm still just trying to wrap my brain about how I would solve this. Somebody who also does admin of code in C++? Okay. Really, I'm not doing C++ right now. I'm just trying to come up with an algorithm to solve this. I'm thinking I'm going to... hopefully I don't need to construct a graph, because that's going to be too hard for me. Hopefully I can take advantage of the fact that the verb really is just added at the end, so we can discard it. And just say that we take the verb and subtract it from this number. or we pick the verb so that we can add to this number at the end, basically. So, and then I can just work backwards from this point, I guess. I can actually flip these two instructions if I want, because we're either adding the verb first or we're adding one first, right? You never got a hi? I thought you did. Oh, wait a minute. You did not get a hi. Hi, Rally Monkey. There are a couple other people who didn't get highs. Doc didn't get a hi. Hello. And General didn't get a hi. Hi. General Soak. There we go. I fixed all of the missing highs. Making you think it's effectively a times noun plus verb, but it's got a bunch of math in it that we got to unravel. I mean, I can think of a hacky solution where we just start at, what are we calling this? Line or instruction 144, and just work backwards, solve it backwards. So every time there's an add, we would subtract, and every time there's a multiply, we would do a divide, right? Wait a minute. Maybe that's the trick, is that we need to know what the... If I just discount the verb, right? I'll have some constant quantity that we can just roll back and figure out what the noun can be to get to that number. Oh, along the way, we're going to divide, and we're going to lose the... It's all integer math. Do they say it's integer math? I guess it's implied by the fact that they say it's Intcode. Oh, actually, they did say that, right? Well, hold on. Let me think about this. It's always add and multiply. And if yeah. So we'll always, if we're going backwards and we're dividing, we have to pick something that gives us an integer result. Yes, that's what it is. So that's what's making it tricky. We might have to adjust the verb as we go along. I get it. We'll have to find a verb that results in, it allows us to walk backwards and still have an integer at the beginning. Yeah, the only way to keep the results consistent across all code bases. Well, I think it's because the instructions are only add and multiply, so it's just that to work backwards from this number, the only way we could make it work is by choosing a verb that lets us divide and get an integer at the end. Did they say everything was integers? Well, I guess it's implied by the input. The input's all integers, right? So they don't even need to say it explicitly. Let me think about how I would do this. We could just brute force it, I suppose. We could just try. Yeah, why don't we just brute force it? I'm going to have it work backwards and brute force it by picking a verb, and we'll continue, and we'll have to stop and try again if we end up doing a divide and not get an integer. So that's what I'm going to do. How to write this, though? I guess we'll have to make certain assumptions that every instruction here will either have a constant or the verb, and it's a chain, basically. One of the arguments is going to be the answer to from the previous, and the new argument is either going to be a constant or the verb, and we'll just have to do it backwards until we get to... So we'll have to have a beginning and an end. They have a little trick here where they put the verb as not the last, but the next to last. But it doesn't matter. We can start with the answer, unwind it with just guessing a verb, unwind it until we get to where the noun is mentioned, and then stop. I think that's what I want to do. So I guess we're going to do this in a sub function, right? We're going to be guessing a verb. So I guess we're brute forcing it from 0. I'm assuming it's got to be all positives. Do they actually say positive? No, they don't say that. Do they say integer? They say it's a list of integers, but they don't say if they're negative. I'm going to assume that they're positive. All input. Oh, they say that somewhere? Oh, each of the input values will be between 0 and 9. Oh, that makes it easy. For int a verb equals 0, verb less than 100, plus plus verb. Let's see. Int noun, if try verb. Let's pass the numbers. Let's pass the verb, and then we'll get the noun back. Then we'll say printf noun success. Noun is that, verb is that, new line, noun verb, and then break. Else fail verb I'm going to say noun or position. Const auto noun equals that. And then I'm just using these names to make it clear what I'm doing. We can just say the position is size t, noun or position. At position z, so flip these. Actually, that's more elaborate than I need to do, right? I can just say noun and then do noun position, and then I don't need to do that, right? So if it succeeds, we know the noun and the verb, and we can stop. Otherwise, we can say what position we got to, and we can say what verb we tried, and continue, and then so try verb is a bool that takes a standard vector of ints. This is the int code, and reference that, and then a verb, and then noun and position. So complicated, is it? Because I don't need the rest of this, do I? Or well, I'll derive it from our previous state machine. Okay. So this will be brute force try each verb. Try each verb until we find a solution. Until we find a solution. Yeah. All right. So basically, run our state machine backwards until we either reach the statement containing the noun, or we hit a multiply we can't reverse. The divide, the dividend is not an integer, right? So I need to walk it backwards. Guaranteed we are our program ends in a 99, right? With some bogus stuff at the end. I wonder why they added... Can you guys see that? You guys can't even see that. Hide that. I still can't see it. I'll cut the numbers midway through. So they end there, but then they have some extra junk at the end. It doesn't matter because we're terminating, right? And we can see that in this... Where is it? The length... We're still not printing the length out. There was an add of 151 and 5. And then there's the 99, and then they have these extra 4 numbers that don't matter. Because... So, I guess we just walk backwards. We find the end opcode first. So, walk backwards to find the end opcode. It's likely some scratch memory. I don't think they used... I didn't see any numbers past 151. Don't think they used any of... Well, I guess we can search for them. They're definitely not storing past 151. I don't think that they're fetching from 15... Yeah. So it's like padding or something. Extra junk. You're guessing you don't want... No, I don't want spoilers. I don't think you've spoiled anything yet. You haven't spoiled anything yet. Yeah. I mean, I think this will work. I hate having to do a brute force, though. There should be there's probably a way to do it with graphing, but as long as it runs in 15 seconds, and then we're only testing, we only need to walk it 100 times, so it should be fine, right? So position is a numbers size. I guess we can do... let me think about this. Can I say this? Actually, let's just do this. -1. We won't even do traditional error checking. We'll say while numbers position is not equal to 99. So back the position out. Actually, let's do a post decrement. No, I think this is easier to read. And then we'll have to back up one more. Actually, it'd be easier if I post decremented and set that to that, right? I guess we can just print something here. Seeking opcode 99, and then we'll print where we are. So it'll first go to the last one. It won't be 99 until it finds the last one, and then position will be at the last one. What's wrong here? Oh, it's int code, not numbers. Okay. So then, starting from the 99, we're going to work back 4, right? Run our state machine backwards, so we don't need to do that. In fact, I'm just going to say while position is greater than 0, I guess. Or is that even necessary? Because we'll see the noun in one of these two, right? So this will be Intcode position -4. And if it's an add, okay, I need to replace numbers here with Intcode. So it's -3 and -2 and -1. Okay, so we're gonna print all that stuff, but then we need to start with the answer. We'll call it the register. Oh no, register is a reserved word. Can I just use Z? No. I need a name. Deja vu for Lua indices, yeah. Rather interested in that not equal to replacement? Yeah, that's a ligature. So you can, as long as you have a font that supports it, then you just say editor font ligature is true. So I use the Intcode one. It's kind of neat. Oh, what to name this thing? How about we'll call it foobar? And then I'll just hard code the answer in there that we want. There we go. So we need to check the two indexes or indices, right? So let's move this stuff here. We'll say if, well, let's make a subfunction for this. I mean, I guess I could store the noun and the verb. I can do what they say and store it in the int code, and then yeah, either way it's just as complicated, right? So this would be index int code, int code position, no, index 1, and this is 2. Hold on. I gotta have another one to check if it's a noun, if one of them's a noun. Yeah, I'll just make that a separate function. This will make it easier to read anyway. Okay. These are treated as indices. So we're going to do that. Use the correct type here. And we also need to know the verb. Oh, let's put it at the end. Okay, so if index is 2, return verb. Else return int code index. There we go. So I'm going to have another one called is noun. Or should I just make that special? Let me think about this. Well, it's not if it's a noun. There are 3 things it could be. It could be a constant, it could be the noun, or it could be the next value. Hey there, Lupo. I'm trying to do admin to code. I'm on day 2, part 2, and it's a little tricky, to say the least. Yeah, I can't do this. I can't do this. This won't work. I need to figure out which one is the constant first, right? Yeah. So if index 1 is, so how does that math work out? If we're at 20, it'll be that opcode -1. So if we're working backwards, then it's +4, so it's -5. Then it's the previous value. So that means the other one is either going to be the noun or the constant. So, and the logic is the same. So why don't I just combine these two for now? And I'm not going to, actually, I don't even need to look at the opcode then. So we'll look at the opcode later. This stuff we're always doing. Hey there, Killaroo. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, you were asking me, do I use an extension? Yeah, that's just the ligatures. Hi, by the way. The cat's invisible. Oh, did the cat leave? I didn't see him leave. He left at some point. Oh well. Goodbye, Beast Cam. He awakened. Did you guys see him leave? Did he just jump down like really quickly or something? Okay, so let's say we have the const index, and we'll assume it's 1, and then the other one will be the var index 2. So if that is true, then we need to swap them, right? Swap is in algorithms. And then once we know which one is the constant and which one is the var, try to run POSIX threads on Windows and pass float 128 as an argument function to the thread, and if you print that argument inside the thread function has a weird value. It could be something to do with the implementation of the POSIX threads on Windows. I don't use POSIX threads on Windows. I use native Windows threads. Yeah, it could be that it passed a reference or a pointer to the variable, and then that memory was on the stack, and then you pop the stack, and so it got reused. It could be something like that, where you thought you were passing it by value to the thread, and it was really passing an address. That's my guess. Okay, this is hard to think of. Right now, it does depend on the opcode, right? Let's just keep it simple. If opcode is add, then it's easy, right? Then there are two cases. If the var index is 1, the noun, then do... Oh, I have to put the bracket on the inside there. Then we're going to end up stopping. Otherwise, we can do this one. We can say foobar equal minus equals int code const index, right? If it's the noun, then we're in luck here, because then we know what the noun is. The noun is foobar minus the constant, right? Oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. Actually, I just thought of something. We can always do this line. And then we can say if that's true, then noun equals foobar and return true. There we go. Thank you for that other follow. I hope I'm doing this right. I guess we'll find out because we're printing it, right? Let's print this. So to rearrange this, we still want to print the position, but we're reading backwards. The we know it's a plus. We know the index. Let's, instead of printing an index there, let's print what foobar is now. Equals. And we know what one of them is. It's the constant. We can get the constant out here, right? Const auto const value. And then just do that. So yeah, this will just be that minus that. So foobar minus const value. There we go. Wish I had knowledge in C++. It's so beautiful, but so complex. I call it old and crusty. Thought POSIX threads only take a void pointer user data as the thread argument. Maybe trying to pass float 128, but it gets truncated to 64 bits. It could be, yeah. The standard thread library ends up wrapping a lot of that together. So, but yeah, I don't know how POSIX. I don't remember how POSIX threads work. Oh, by the way, hello, webmaster Dro. How much time do I have? This one's going to be a longer one, isn't it? It's going to be like a 2-hour one. Okay. If it's not opcode 1, it's got to be opcode 2, right? And then we're going to do a little bit more of a complicated check here, right? There's going to be a multiply, but we have to check if the divisor ends up being an integer or not. So it's dividing by. So okay, I can do this. I can say just for consistency, let me do it here. Const auto next foobar is foobar minus const value, right? Or previous. It should be previous, so not get confused. So then I can say previous foobar there, and I can just say that equals a previous. And do the same thing here, only this calculation is somewhat different, right? It's divide. And then we'll have a check here. If previous foobar times const value is not, or is equal to foo, we'll do the positive case first. Then we can continue, right? Otherwise, we got to stop. Otherwise, we got to, we'll return false. Is that the only thing I need to do? Or do I want to subtract 4 so we get the position correct out here? I think we want to subtract 4. So position minus equals 4 there. I have been streaming for 2 hours and 48 minutes. Am I doing more tonight? I just started, yes. So I started on problem 1, part 1, 2 hours and 48 minutes ago. And it took me a bit longer to do the first one because I was setting up my project workspace and stuff, and also I'm just slow. I'm not a speed coder. But once I had this set up, the second part of problem 1 took less time, and then this one took me longer again because I got snagged on the wording of the problem. And this one's taking the longest so far because it's forcing me to think of an algorithm to solve it, and the best I could come up with so far is a brute force where we walk the program backwards until we get all the way through it. And if we hit one of these else cases, then we have to try a different verb. And that's why it's brute force, because we're not walking through all the possible solutions to find the right one. We're trying all of the possible solutions until we find the right one. Saving grace is that there are only 100 possible values for the verb, and so we just try them all until we get a noun. So yeah, so this would be times, and I don't want to do a divide there. I want to do a previous. Oh, and this index 1 is not correct, is it? It should be var index. Right, and so we might reach the noun or not, and then yeah, is that all I need to do? I think so. So I might as well just have this be an infinite loop because we'll never leave, right? And you know what I can do to make this a little bit simpler? I can just subtract 4. There we go. I don't know, which you guys prefer, 4 like that for infinite loop or while true? So if I'm already subtracted 4, we need to turn these around, right? That's +1, +2, and +3. And then this is -1. That makes more sense, and then these -4s go away. And then I don't need any of this stuff. You know, just because I feel better about it, I think I will do a while position is greater than or equal to 4. And then return false down at the end. There we go. While true for 2 semis, code here is the best version. Yeah, but I even though this will never be true, I mean, this will never be false. I mean, I'll get a lint warning about not having a return statement at the end anyway, right? So why not just do that? I don't know, let's try it. It's brute forcing it. No, we failed all of them. Okay, let's pipe that to a output so I can look at it. And then let's look at the output. Where are you, output? Collapse, collapse, output. I guess I can remove the seeking because the seeking is working, right? So yeah, let me check. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't try the actual verb, did it? Okay, I messed up. We didn't do a verb check. Okay. Let me think about this. It might not be a const value. Right. So really const value is not correct. It could be a constant or the verb, or the noun actually. So this is not even correct either. I gotta fix this. This should be a conditional thing. Const index is 2. If so, it's the verb. Otherwise, it's the constant. And this isn't correct either, is it? I didn't do this right. Yeah, I'm just brute forcing through it. Actually, no, this is correct. I'm only using var index to see if it is the noun or not. Okay, so that should have fixed it. Oh, we got a success. Noun 56, verb 96. So I could actually test that, right, by going to, if it's the same program, I can modify the original program for 2.1 to test it. So it was 12 and 2, but we found a solution of 56 and 96, right? You need semicolons. It's advent of code build 2019 2-1. There we go. That's the number, right? Yep, that's it. Cool. So totally brute forced it. So the answer is they want the noun first and then the verb? Yeah, so it's 5696. Brute force for the win. Yeah, the analytical solution I think is too big-brained for me. My brother will probably be able to do it. So what's the time then? 2:55. Do I have enough energy to keep going? So that took an hour and 11 minutes. I have an hour left. I could make a crack at 3-1. Let me undo this one here. So that will still work. And then I want to clean this up a little bit. I guess I really don't care about the seeking the opcode. Let's remove the seeking op. I put that in there just because I felt bad having an empty loop here. Wrong window. It runs pretty quick. When it fails, I guess we could print out what it would have done. That would be kind of neat. I'm kind of doing icing on the cake stuff, aren't I? For a fail, let's print out like what the remainder would be. So that would be a float, right? And then we would convert these to floats first. Or double. I want to see that. I want to see it. Maybe LG is not the right one. F, is that the right one? No. Oh, what is it? I don't want what I do percent 0.1 0.0. I forget how to do this stuff. There we go. No, it's not right. 0.10. Why not? There we go. So we can see that there is a fraction, and that causes it to fail, right? Yep. And this one is a success because we figured out what the noun is. I don't have a link to all the commands, no. Yeah, it's my bot. My bot, the bot that usually what I do on the stream. If someone link it yet? No. I've got a couple-minute video if you want to see what I normally do. I normally work on a game that I've been building. It looks like this. It's inspired by the Ultima games from the 90s. And part of it is the stream integration. So that's called the Golem. And these are all the commands. But I don't really have a way to show you the list. But it's mostly intended to be used by regulars to answer, or me to answer common questions. So I didn't bother to have a command list because the regulars sort of already know what the commands are. But yeah, after a while, I probably should put together a list for that, yeah. Oh, and we need to modify that. So edit com AOC. Raimu decided. What's on day? What's the day number that we're on now? I return. We're on day 14, or day 13, right? Decided on day 13 to try out Advent of Code. And we can give the link there. So far, he's made it through day... Made it to day 3? AOC. I don't know how much I'll do it on stream or not. I mean, it's intended to be each one of these is a day, and if I'm only streaming for 4 hours a day, I don't know if I'll even be able to catch up. And it's a distraction from my normal work. But this was kind of fun. So we continue to 3. I wanted to check that in too. Let's check it in. So we're adding the solution for 2.2 here, along with the example. Yes. And then we'll just copy the last commits message and put 2 at the end. There we go. And ship it. All right, so updating the current task, right? I forgot to say that we're solving it. So we're studying puzzle 2-3 from Advent of Code. There we go. All right, let's study it. Day 3, crossed wires. The gravity assist was successful, and you're well on your way to the Venus refueling station. 2-3? Thank you for that. That's an example of my brain not working correctly. Thank you, Nui. 3-1. During the rushback on Earth, the fuel management system wasn't properly installed. Uh-oh. This one's giving you headaches, T.S. Jost? We'll not expect that I'll be able to solve this in an hour, but let's see. During the rushback to Earth, the fuel management system wasn't completely installed, so that's next on the priority list. Opening the front panel. Wait a minute. That's next on the priority list, the fuel management system. Opening the front panel reveals a jumble of wires. Specifically, 2 wires are connected to the central port and extend outward on a grid. You trace the path each wire takes as it leaves the central port, 1 wire per line of text, your puzzle input. Oh, you've been watching me a long time? Okay. Well, there are probably other people who are lurking who would also benefit from knowing what the heck I do on my stream. Since today is sort of a different day. Also, I can read the instructions properly. Well, I haven't been good at reading the instructions properly so far. The last one I did, but the one I did an okay job, I thought, but the one before that I screwed up. Okay, the puzzle input looks like this, I guess. Let me, just out of curiosity, let me see my puzzle input. Oh, crap. It looks weird. Let's take this solution, 3-1. Oh, I didn't mean to copy that. Let's delete it. I meant to do that with the source code. 3-1. Oh, the beast is meowing. Don't see him though, he's like around the corner or something. 3-1. Oh, there he is. Now he's standing underneath the cat tower. Can you see him? If I turn on the beast cam? No, he's just outside the range of the camera. You saw his tail there. He's standing there yelling at me. He probably wants more food? Okay, anyway, the example. Alright. This stuff. This looks gnarly. I'll need to read the instructions to see how I'm supposed to interpret that. Close, close. You trace the path each wire takes as it leaves the central port. 1 wire... Okay, the wires twist and turn, but the 2 wires occasionally cross paths. To fix the circuit, you need to find the intersection point closest to the central port. Because the wires are on a grid, use the Manhattan distance for this measurement. While the wires do technically cross right at the central port, where they both start, this point does not count, nor does a wire count as crossing with itself. For example, if the first wire's path is right 8, up 5, left 5, down 3, then starting from the central port, it goes right 8, up 5, left 5, and finally down. Okay, the second wire's path is up 7, right 6, down 4, left 4. It goes up 7, right 6, down 6. No, down 4 and left 4. These wires cross at those two locations, but the lower left one is closer to the central port. Got it. Here are a few more examples. Yes. What is the Manhattan distance from the central port to the closest intersection? Oh, that doesn't seem too hard. Yeah, so I think what we do is just we need to read in the path, and then we'll just compute all of the positions that the wire crosses. And then we'll do the same thing for the second one, and then we'll find the intersection, and all the intersection points will just compute the Manhattan distance and then sort it. Sounds pretty straightforward to me. I think I can do that in less than an hour. If the cat doesn't yell my head off. Okay, so this is all different, right? Well, it's a little bit... This part could be the same. Get next instruction, I guess. And we can have it return... Let's make a struct instruction. And we'll have... let's have a direction. Enum class direction. Up, down, left, right. And then, so we'll have a direction and a, I guess it's a steps. So this will return an instruction, right? And we'll find the delimiter, and then it's always going to be a letter followed by a number. So we'll say switch input position case U. It's U, D, L, and R, right? Let's make an instruction. Instruction dot direction is direction up. And copy that a few times. Down, left, right. Left, down, right. Default. We should just print something in exit. Bad input detected. So I don't expect that to ever hit because the input will be valid, right? But just in case, might as well. And then the we can read directly into the instruction dot steps if we say it's a ZU. And it's going to be position +1, delimiter minus position -1. And then we'll just return the instruction. Okay, this was cool, but we don't need it. Now we're going to open the file and read. There's going to be 2 of these, right? So open the input file and read in the 2 input strings. Well, I guess we could do it. We can make it general purpose, right? Why not? And we would just require the same point be in all wires. Yeah. Okay, so read in the input strings. So let me think about this. Yeah, we're going to take the strings and immediately convert them into a sequence of instructions anyway, right? So maybe do this in a loop. And so read and parse from the input file. Okay, open the input file. Should be just first, right? Read and parse from the input file all the wire paths. So that's going to be a vector of vectors of instructions, right? Paths. And then we don't have... Okay, so this one is read in the next input string. This is while... Oh, I remember this could be combined, right? Let me see how I did this in the other project. A little bit of cheating here. Yeah, you can just do a while, like make get line returns as part of the while. I remember doing that, so I wasn't using the return value before, but now I will be. So I'll put the line outside and just say while. And I don't need, we already read it in. We're going to parse it. So we're going to have one of these inner ones called path. So I don't need a comment here because that's what we're doing. Oh, actually that replaces the numbers. And then paths push back standard move path. Right? And then this is just get next instruction. Instruction path push back the instruction. So we're not going to brute force. Actually, what's... Oh, there we go. Let's just print them out for now. Check that we parsed correctly. So this will be for... I'll just... Because I want to have an index paths length size. Plus I. We're going to say wire number I colon new line I plus 1 and then an inner loop J, and this will be path.size because const auto path is paths I plus J, and we'll say if J is not 0, then we're going to print a comma. And then we're going to say switch, well, const auto instruction is path J. So switch instruction dot direction. Case direction up. It's basically just decoding it back. Printf u. Down and left and right. Down, left, right. Okay, and then printf percent instruction steps. And then at the end of a new line. Let's just see if that works. Oh, I didn't put it into the build system yet. This one needs to add the new subdirectory 3.1. So I didn't even spell that correctly, and no one told me. Anyway, we're working on puzzle 3.1 of Advent Intcode. So numbers undeclared identifier. Ah, yeah. Forgot to delete that. Oh, thank you for that follow. All right, let's go to the other directory, and I'm going to copy 3.1's example, and then run it. And it's an infinite loop somewhere, so I did something wrong. Oh, I never advanced it, right? And I just have to say position is delimiter +1. I must have deleted that line by accident. There we go. So we're parsing it correctly, right? I need to compare that with the input. It looks correct to me. What's the end of the line look like? It says R19. R19, yeah, okay. So we got 2 wires. Cool. So I think the next step is we need to actually compute all the positions the wires touch, right? So I'll lay out the wires. So ultimately we only need sets, right? So set would be nice. Probably including a lot more headers than I need to. Standard. They don't even need to be ordered, actually. I could be using an unordered set. Except for I don't know how to make a key for an unordered set, so we'll just use set. And I need to make a new thing called a position. And we're gonna have a vector of these. Wire points, or wire positions. Let's define what a position is. A position has an X and a Y coordinate, and we'll also need to have an operator less than for sorting. And also, yeah, actually, we're just going to be using find, so const position other, return x equals other x and y equals other y. That'll allow us to make a set of positions now. So that will compile, right? So then we're gonna loop through, but I don't need to do the traditional loop. I can do an easier loop here for const auto path and paths. Isn't that the equals operator? The equals operator is when you are comparing 2 positions, but the way set find works is it because it's sorted, it uses less than. If I was using unordered set, I think it has to do with you have to have a hash function for the type. I don't know how to do it yet, so I'm not going to use it. So really the best answer would be use an unordered set, and then you don't even use equals there, you use some kind of hash function. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. I implemented equals when I should have been implementing less than. So, sorry. Well, let's do that. Why not? Why not implement all 3 of them? Not equals is return the inverse of this equals other, right? And then less than is a little bit different, right? If x is less than other x, return true. Else if x is greater than other x, return false. And then we repeat for the y. Whoops, I keep hitting the wrong key. I guess I can click this X and hit Control D 3 times. I guess we'll just return false here. Well, actually, it's just else. Return y is... No, I can shorten this, right? There we go. What about that operator? Those aren't in C++11, are they? Why not just combine them on one line? I don't know, this looks better to me. The less than doesn't sound right? Doesn't need to check X and Y? No, it just has to, the ordering is arbitrary. It just has to be it has to be consistent. So I'm just saying that all the X, like if something is on the left of something else, it's always first. If they're on the same column, then it's first if it's above the other one. So it doesn't matter. No wonder C++ code can be hard to maintain if there's stuff like this in the language. It's basically defining what you mean by equality and then order, because order is somewhat arbitrary when you have like multiple fields. I could reverse the order, you know, whatever. I can make y more predominant than x. It doesn't really matter. Just has to be some order so that we can do a find. So the idea here is that we're going to form sets, right? Positions, and we're going to start at a certain position, position, and we might as well put initializers here so that the default position is at this origin, and then we can say for const auto instruction in path dot it's actually just instruction in every path, right? Then switch on the instruction dot direction. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have compute a delta x and delta y, dx and dy. And I'm just going to copy this, well, not this one. I should have a default. Should always have a default, even if it's, say, like, just to catch if there's a bug. So this would be, not that a bad input is detected, but bad instruction detected. And this position is J. Bad instruction detected at position number something of Y or something else. And that's J plus 1, I plus 1. And that's okay. I know that went off the right side of the screen. It's not really that important. So here, let's actually make it easier for me and just start it at 0, 0, right? Up will be dy is -1. Down, dy is 1. Left, dx is -1. Right, dx is 1. Okay. So once we have that, then we have to do for size t, I is 0, I is less than instruction.steps. We have to say position.x plus equals dx, position.y is dy. You're noticing I'm not, I don't even care about the origin, because we're not supposed to count the origin, right? Is size t a type? Yeah, it's defined in the C standard as the type of what you get when you do a size of. So if I did a size of dx here, const auto size of dx equals that. So the type of that is going to be size t. So it resolves to unsigned long here, because that's what a size t is. But the standard says the type of the result of doing a size of is the size t type. And it's supposed to be like an unsigned integer of large enough to fit any value that size of might return. So, yeah. I'd like to use it whenever I'm talking about quantities of real things, so like non-negative quantities, or positions or indexes or something like that. I like to use size t. It's just a personal preference again. All right, so once we have a position computed, I think I just need to add it to the path, right? To the wire, to the positions. So positions.insert position, and we don't care if we've been there before, right? And then once we're done with the entire path, we're going to say wire positions dot pushback standard move positions, but not the I in the loop. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't actually need an I. Well, I have to do this I times. So I don't need I. So if I wanted to make it clear that I don't care about the loop variable, one convention I've seen is you do that. Make it an underscore. Really, we're just advancing that number of steps, and every time we advance, we have to add something into the set of positions covered. Oh, you're answering to lose? Okay. Well, you maybe think someone might be wondering why I'm not using I in the loop. It's because I don't need it. And this is maybe a more clear way of saying I don't need that variable. I've seen that in other languages too. If you don't need a variable, you use underscore. Positions can be negative? Yeah, they can be negative. Oh, well, no, the dx and dy are integers, right? So this is just a step number. Steps are not negative. Yeah, so we're good. So once we have all the positions in there, really we're just looking for intersections, right? So one way would be just, in addition to laying them out, actually we don't even care what wire something was in, right? Can I just increment? Yeah, why do I need a vector of positions? Can't I have a map of positions? Let's do this. Map of position to size t. And we'll have position counts. Position counts. And then map will need to be here. Right. And then we will just drop everything that is not greater than 1. So then I don't need this set, do I? And then I just say auto position count equals position counts position. And by default, it'll get the default int, which is 0, and so we can just add 1 to it. So that is a size t reference, and we're adding 1 to it. Right, so we're not lay out the wires, trace each wire path, and for each position touched, add 1 to a counter for that position. Okay, and then the end would be go through all positions touched. Ignore any that are only touched once. Find the position closest to the origin. So we're going to have a closest position, right? Closest. And we'll say if it is the origin, then we haven't found the closest yet. So for const auto position count in position counts, if position count dot second is, well, let's get a name for this, const auto wires, num wires. If num wires is less than 2, it's going to be 1, right? If it's less than 2, it can't be 0. But if it's less than 2, then nothing. Then actually, no. I wanted to be all of them, right? Because we might have 3 wires. Let's find the positions where they all cross. So that would be paths, right? Paths. If it's not equal to paths size, then continue. Otherwise, all paths cross this point. So now it's just a matter of computing the Manhattan distance between this and the closest. So we have to, let's make some other methods here. Let's say if closest is origin, then closest equals, so that's the other one here, right? Const auto position equals that, dot first. So closest is position. Otherwise, I guess I can just chain this. Else if closest dot distance is, well, if position dot distance is less than that, then also closest equals position. You could say I could combine those two into one if, because this is the same code, I kind of like having them separate because it's easier for me to read. But you could have them combined. So I just need some more methods here. Bool is origin, const, return x equals 0 and y equals 0, right? Easy peasy. Distance, that's the Manhattan distance function. So it's always a size t. Distance, const, so return the absolute value. So this is from math.h. The absolute value of x plus the absolute value of y, right? You have actually attempted to solve this now? Your solution to this puzzle took 16 minutes to execute because PHP arrays are being hash maps? Is this build now? No. I have some errors. 177. Okay. I can't even see it, so let's break it up. It's warning me that one of my types is bad. Oh, percent. There we go. Okay, let's see what Utrolig. Oh, I didn't wave to. Let me wave to you first. Check out the message above regarding the same wire. You need to ignore the positions that are touched once or more by the same wire as well. Oh, I forgot about that. You just gave me a spoiler. I would have had a bad solution and I would have had to figure that out myself. But thank you. So maybe I do need to do what I did before, which is to have it so it could be inserted into the same set. I can do that. Or get back the code I had before. Oh, this is the same bug, right? It's that this has to have a percent in front. And in this case, there is no J or I. Oh. Because I don't know what they are. Oh, let's just say bad instruction detected and just not print anything. I'll just give up. I'll just give up there. Oh, that's okay to lose. Don't worry about it. I would have... Yeah, I could just pretend that I'm going to end up getting the wrong solution. Let's pretend I entered the wrong answer and then have to come back and figure out, well, why is it wrong? And then I have to actually plot it out, and I'm like, oh, the wire crossed itself. That shouldn't count, right? Oh, I'm being raided by Clark. Clark.io. Hey, how are you doing? I'm working on Advent of Code today. So I'm on day 3, part 1. And if you're curious to know, I am not a speed coder, as evidenced by how long it took me to do days 1 and 2. It's taking me on average like 40 minutes to do every part. And even though this was ridiculously simple, it took me a while just to set up my workspace because I'm, I guess, too meticulous to be a speed coder. And I got caught up on, I had an error in day 2, part 1, because I didn't read all the instructions. And then this one took me a while. This one was tough for me to figure out algorithmically, and I ended up just brute forcing the solution. So welcome everybody. Yeah, I like to lose. Type the command for new. If you don't know what I stream, what I normally do is I work on a online RPG. But today I'm just doing Advent of Code because everyone else is having fun doing it, so I'll do it too. Speed coder's a thing, yeah. So Robert, someone in chat was telling me that one of these 2, I think, was done in like under 3 minutes. And I'm like, under 3 minutes? I think it was this one. I mean, this one was pretty quick. Someone did it in like less than 3 minutes. And I'm like, the only way you could do it in less than 3 minutes is if you had all the boilerplate ready to go as like either code snippets, or you picked a language where like the language just did all the boilerplate for you. And even then, like just the typing speed, it would require fast typing with a lot of code snippet shortcuts to do it. Under 25 seconds? C17R? Yeah, so I'm nowhere near that capability. And I don't know if I'd have fun doing it that way. I like to think about problems, and I don't really care if I get to the answer quickly. I like to understand it, so I guess I wouldn't make a good speed runner of any kind of game either, right? So yeah, anyway, that's what I'm working on today. I'm trying to fix a compiler error now, though. You tune into a stream to learn from? Oh, for a speed coder? I just think it would be entertaining. Yeah, it would be hard to learn from it unless you looked at the techniques they used and the code snippets they used, and then maybe like, oh, maybe I should have the same code snippets. Yeah, how do you read it in 25 seconds? I'm guessing that they don't count the coding as part of, they don't count the reading of the problem as part of the time to solve it. And I could have, when I did my stats here, I could have had like time to code versus time to read the instructions, but I didn't do that. They could have also had a second person who already knew the instructions read it off, like tell them what to do. Is this because it can't be sorted? Oh, probably because this isn't, these need to all be const. That's what it was. Yeah, when you make a key for a set like, or a map like this, if it's the ordered map, like map is, and you have to have an order function, it has to be const here and here. Otherwise, you get weird compiler errors. Okay, but I already know there's a bug here because we're just counting the number of times any wire hits a spot, and we're supposed to count the number of times, the number of wires that crossed each point. So I got to go back to, I got to move this one and do this separately, right? Yeah. We have to do that after we've computed the sets for every, the set of positions touched by every wire. So that'll be this. So wire positions. So for every path, we'll do this, and in this part I'm going to use later, down here somewhere. Comment that out for now. So instead of adding to a position count, we're going to be forming a new set of positions for this path, right? So positions. And then we're going to be just inserting into that. So void positions.insert position. That way, if it crosses itself, the second insert just does a no-op, right? Whoops. Second insert will be a no-op, right? So now we'll have positions for one wire. So at the end of the path, we'll have to take that wire positions and push back into it the position set we just built. And then we got to go through the wire positions, right? So, right, for const auto wire or positions in wire positions. Now we have to count. So this goes here, and then there's an inner loop here, const auto position in positions dot hold on, or that just is a vec. Wait a minute, hold on, this isn't right. Oh, it is a vector, and then this is a set. So this will be a one position, right? Yeah, okay, and then we're going to take that and we're going to put this code in there. So find that position in the counts and add one to it. All right, so this really goes here. For each position touched by each wire, add one to a counter for that position. Right? And this one is lay out the wires, trace each wire path, and for each position touched, add one. We're not adding one. Trace each wire path, and for each position touched, let me redo this. Lay out the wires, trace each wire path, adding positions touched by each wire into a set, one per wire. There we go. if a wire, let's make this a separate paragraph. If a wire crosses itself, we end up adding the same position twice. Why did I write Twitch? I've written Twitch too often. We end up adding the same position twice, which for a standard set is a no-op. You can only have it once in a set. That's what we want, so it eliminates wires crossing themselves. So this is just a count of the number of wires crossing each position. So go through all positions touched by any wire. Ignore any that are only... So this is not correct. Ignore any that are not touched by all the wires. Find the closest position to the origin of all the remaining positions. So we're going through the position counts, getting the position and the number of wires, and if it's not the number of paths, the number of wires, then we skip it. Otherwise, if this is the origin, the closest is the origin, that means we haven't found a candidate yet, so the first one is the candidate. First, like everyone likes to post in a message board, first. Otherwise, it's not the first, so we have to compare their Manhattan distances from the origin, and the closest one wins. So if the position is closer than the closest, it becomes the closest. Then at the end, output the closest position. So printf closest, x equals that, y equals that, and so closest x, closest y. Boom. Let's see what it does. -181, -376. I guess it makes sense because these wires are traversing long distances. Do I dare put that in and see if I got it right? I should probably test it with an example first, right? Otherwise it's going to make me wait a minute. Here's an example. Do they give... Oh, they want the distance at the end, right? Okay, so let's print that out. Oops. So, distance is that. So, that's closest distance. And that's a magnitude, right? Size T. Yep, okay. 557. Okay, so let's try it with some of the test examples. So let me open the build folder, go to the input, and we're going to replace these with the test paths here. So, are these two different wires here? I think they are, so that goes there. Let's try it. 159, 159, okay. That worked. Let's try this one. 135, 135, okay. So, am I confident enough that I got it right? I don't know if I am. Let's try. So, it looks like the answer for mine is 557. Yes! Alright. I'm happy I got it on the first try. That's the first one I got on the first try, isn't it? All the other ones I got wrong at least once. 3:44. So I'm back under an hour now. So that was quick math. I can't do quick math. So it's 11 minutes less than an hour, so that's 49, right? Yes? And those add up to 2 hours? Yes? Okay. Did I didn't brute force it, did I? How did I brute force it? Brute force it imply that I did a guess. So let me review my solution here. First we read the file and decode to get the wire paths. Then this is just printing out, right? Then we laid out all the wires, basically finding the positions touched by each wire. And then we went through and counted the number of wires that touched every position. And then we go through and just discard the ones that only not all the wires touched. And then we gathered together what the closest was. So you're suggesting that I could have done this quicker. I don't know how I would do it quicker. I guess we could say I could take one wire's positions and then just look them up in all the other wires and just process of elimination. Is that what you're suggesting, igrok, with the O n log n? What complexity is this? Isn't it just order n? You sort the wires and use the line sweep approach. Is the line sweep approach what I just described? Where instead of doing this, or I'll see if I get the same answer. So the idea would be, well, thank you for the follow, that we would gather together a set of positions. And these are the candidates that go into position. So it's not going to be position counts anymore. It's going to be candidate positions. Or by line sweep, do you mean actually circling out from the origin until you find it? Until you find the closest... basically, I would still do this, but I would spatially... How do I show this? Go back to 3.1. I will rotate around the origin until I found that X, you mean? Your answer implements order n log n. I just want to understand it. I'll copy your link to look at later, but I don't want to analyze any code right now. So this is a better solution for number 3, part 1, is that you don't end up stepping through each position in the wire like mine does. I'm not smart enough to do that. But I think I can improve this a little bit by, I can skip these by just process of elimination. So it would be that we start out as the wire positions dot begin well, it would just be begin, right? And then dereference that. And then from this, just remove anything that is not in all the other wires. You don't want to analyze code anymore? Yeah, it did traumatize. Well, it didn't traumatize me. It sucked all the energy out of my problem-solving part of my brain. Maybe there's a reason why these are set up to be 1 per day, right? If I've already done 2 days worth of work, then maybe if I started problem 3 on a fresh day, maybe I'd be able to study it more. Actually, the way I think about this, we're going to end up hitting it just as many times. But, we're eliminating these. Yeah, so this should work too, right? We can actually just get that iterator to begin with. Auto wire positions entry is that. And then we'll do that plus plus. And then we'll say while this is not equal to wire positions.end, then we're going to essentially loop through all the candidate positions. So for candidate positions entry is that dot begin. Actually, let's just pull this out. Auto that, right? And then while that is not equal to this dot end, entry. We'll see. The position is this. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Just a minute. I've been alerted to the fact that someone has returned to their beast location. So beast cam enabled. If you didn't see the first half of my stream, then you missed the beast cam. But I have a camera now pointing straight down where the cat is. And we can see someone's shoes. That's about it, though. Yeah. Now the cat's looking at the other person. Trying to distract the cat. Okay. Mrs. Raimo was playing with the cat. That was her shoes that you could see a moment ago. Beast is being distracted by Mrs. Raimo right now. Okay, anyway. It's this arrow first is the position, right? No, hold on, it's just a set, so I just do that. Yeah, and then I don't need a copy. Basically, I can say if wire positions entry hold on a second. Why am I doing that? Can't I just do auto? I can say other wire positions equals this one can be const. If other wire positions dot find position is other wire positions end, it's not in there, then we can discard it, right? Then candidate positions entry equals candidate positions erase the entry. Otherwise, advance it. So that should reduce the number of, so basically when candidates is left, we don't actually have to look at counts anymore. So let me comment this part out. And instead it's going to be similar, actually it's going to be similar to this. Oh my goodness. It's a subscription. Rengineered. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. I feel very honored that you'd give it to me. Thank you very much. So we don't have counters anymore. It's just we just need to iterate through these candidates again. So it's just a position in the candidate positions, and we have a candidate. We have a position already, and we don't need to do that. So it's just reduced to that. I think this will be slightly faster. Give me the same answer. Let's see. Uh-oh. Did I not do this correctly? It's infinite loop. Why would this be an infinite loop? Oh, I never advanced that iterator. How come I can't kill the process now? Where are you, Task Explorer? Interesting that I get a, I can't close it. This one. Oh, it died already. Died before I could kill it. Okay, this I forgot to advance. Actually, I should just advance it here, right? And not advance it here. That makes more sense to me. Too late, yeah, sorry. 557, that was the answer, right? Yeah, so it gave me the same answer. I think it's a little bit faster, but maybe harder to read. So whereas the old code just counted the number of wires that touched a position, and then we we just skip things that not all wires crossed. This one just takes the first wire's positions and then goes through all the other wires. And if those wires don't have that position, we remove it from as a candidate. So the candidate positions ends up being all the positions where all the wires touched it. So we don't have to check if all the wires touched it. They all did. We're just looking for the closest one at that point. In fact, I could combine... If I made this... Right now, this ordered arbitrarily. This set, they're ordered by X and Y. If I ordered it by Manhattan distance, then we can just pick the first one. That would make it even faster, wouldn't it? Except for that you could have two things that are at the same Manhattan distance but different positions. But I wouldn't care, would I? So I could first check the Manhattan distance. If distance is less than other distance, return true. Else if... Actually, why compute it multiple times? Const auto our distance is that. Const auto their distance is this. Our distance is less than their distance. Else if our distance is greater than their distance, return false. Else if that, right? So then I don't have to do this loop at all. I just take the first one out. So this becomes auto const auto closest is candidate positions begin and dereference, and we're done, right? Thank you for all those follows. Let me see if I got the same answer. There we go, same answer. It's arguable though if this is better. Oh, Morpheus 0. 5 months. You see the cat? Yeah, that's the beast. So now there's now a second camera pointing straight down onto where he is sleeping a lot of the time. So it's arguable if this is faster than that because this means that the sorting is a little bit more complicated. Whenever it's comparing two positions, it's computing Manhattan distances to order them. We could cache the distance here so we can compute it only the first time. So let's do that. So that would be size t distance, and we can say if it's 0, we can say, so this is no longer constant anymore, is it? I can make this mutable, and then it can still be const. Mutable distance. If distance is greater than 0, return distance. Actually, if it's equal to 0, then just compute it, right? Distance equals that. Return distance. Now it's cached. The side effect of it is that we can't change the x and the y. We have to only set it once. I think that's okay. Because this insert is going to insert a copy. I don't know. Let me see if it breaks it. No, it broke it. Okay, never mind. I had to be smarter about the caching. If we change the x and the y, you have to get rid of the cache. I'll not try to be over smart here. It's 3-1. Yeah, I don't know if I'll have time to do 3-2 since it's been 4 hours. I don't know. Do you guys know how hard 3-2 is? I can keep going, I guess. Hold on, let me check something. Let me check if I have to go somewhere. No, I don't have to go anywhere. I guess I can finish out day 3. Okay, did I miss any other chat? Can you simplify more by stopping on the first match? The problem with this was that they weren't ordered before, but now that I ordered, I'm doing that. But then the cost is that I have to sort them constantly by distance. 3.2 is a minor change to 3.1? Okay. Let me undo this. I don't like the fact that we're having to compute the Manhattan distance to just sort things. So let me remove this, even though it was kind of fun. Undo. This was enough to solve it a little bit more efficiently, right? I'll check this in as an enhancement. So let me just get the comments right. And I don't need this anymore, right? This is just in the way. This is just repeating our input. Lay out the wires. Okay, and then the comment for this is start with the positions touched by the first wire. For all other wires, check if each candidate position is also touched by... For otherwise, check if each candidate position is also touched by that wire. If not, remove the candidate position. By the end, the candidate positions are all the positions touched by all the wires. All right, and then we don't have to do this. The updated one for this is go through all positions touched by all wires and find the one with the shortest. Find the one closest to the origin. All right, and then now I feel comfortable checking this in because this is like if someone were to look at this Git repo later, I kind of want to explain what I'm doing. Make sure I didn't break it, and then I'll turn it in. All right, let's turn it in. Turn it in as in a sense of checking it in. Oh, I didn't have the previous solution. That's okay. It's captured in my stream, right? 3.1. Commit. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Beast Cam, that's right. I'm sorry, Killaroo. What was your question? Let me read it. And you even tagged me, I'm sorry, that was 3 minutes ago. What about testing all possible coordinates around the origin from closest to furthest, testing whether a position could be constructed from the wire's given coordinates? Or do you need to know the order first? I think it would also work, it's just... How do you know a position could be constructed from a wire? You'd have to lay out the wire, wouldn't you? So you'd end up having to lay out the wire anyway. So I think you would at least have to do this part of it where you're laying out the wires. So if you're already laying out the wires, then I guess what you're suggesting is replacing all this code by just doing a circle around the origin, and every place you hit, check if it's in all the wire positions, and then the first time that it's true, then you're done, right? I guess that would work. Should have used Git. Yeah, Killaroo, I think your solution would work too. It would replace this with just having to do a walk around the origin. Yeah. It would... I don't know if it would be the same it would be the same amount of same speed though, because a lot of the positions you're gonna hit are going to be unoccupied, like especially if you get way out from the origin, because this is what 557 away from the origin, so there might be a lot of empty space that you're searching. But I guess the worst case is you'll see that the first wire doesn't have the position, and so you just skip it. So another thing you can do, instead of just doing a circle around the origin, you could just walk the path of the first wire. If the path is sorted by Manhattan distance. Yeah, so yeah, different variations will probably work better. As you could tell, I'm not the smartest person with algorithms. My background is I am an implementer. Someone will give me an algorithm and I'll implement it. So you saw me struggle on 2-2, and then on this one a little bit less struggling, but I'm not coming up with the most optimal solutions because I'm not an algorithm designer. I'm an implementer. How difficult you found the problems? Um, Based on the time, 2-2 is really hard for me because I had to come up with an algorithm. These were not so bad. This was maybe, so I think in order of difficulty, 2-2 is hardest for me, then 3-1, then 2-1, then 1-2, and then 1-1 was the easiest. This took longer just because of the setup time. So there you go. Pretty much confirms, I think, that this required algorithm design, and I'm not so good at that. And I'm okay with that. Okay, we're moving on to 3-2. Oh, you're welcome, Reengineered. Yeah, I try to keep everything up on YouTube in case people aren't here to watch it live, or if they didn't know about my stream and then they kind of want to look back and see something I didn't done in the past. So in addition to putting it on YouTube in my notebook, there's the stream notes and summaries for everything. So if like you were interested in, for example, how I did passwords, or what would be another interesting one? Signing AWS requests or implementing hash functions like SHA-1, SHA-2. You could find that it was stream 67, then you can go back and look at that in YouTube. So rather than having to search through like 300 streams, you could just narrow in on the one you care about. That's one reason I have both the stream notes publicly and why I put everything into YouTube. If I didn't put it into YouTube, it would be gone forever, and you just have my notes without any video. Thank you for that follow. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Okay, I didn't say hi to a lot of people. I should say hi first to Reengineered first, and thank you again for the sub. And then UZ, hello. Yeah, I think I will work on 3.2 if it's a minor change to 3.1. And then Cyberbendy. Hello? And then I didn't say I was talking to C17R, but I didn't say hi. Okay, this is typical for me. Late in the stream, I stop waving to people, and I have to go back and wave. What's that? Killaroo? Thank you for the resub. 2 months? 2 whole months. And then I didn't say hi to a whole bunch of people. I'm looking for the names. Oh, they must have came in with the raid and I didn't see. Because it was kind of, yeah, so Hanny. And where's the next one? Or is it the previous one? M-Jewel came in before the raid. And then Hop. Where's Hop? Hoppenar. Hello. And then Bobby. Hello. How are you doing? I didn't see where you chatted, though. 146. Wow. I'm bad at catching chat today. There it is. Bobby. Hello. How are you doing? And then while I was waving, some other people said, hey. Hey there, Kemiar. And Cot. Oh, looking forward to catching the next stream. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be doing Intcode or not. I might be going back to the usual programming. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll leave it up to you guys. All right, so let me look at 3.2. It'd be nice to finish a whole day anyway, right? How do I get back to part 2? Oh, here it is, part 2. Turns out that this circuit is very timing sensitive. Let me see what the time that we started at is. Uptime 4:09. Let me put that in here. So 3.2. Let's mark down a start time. Oops. Let's not do that. Let's just put some space here, and here I'll put start. Okay. Because This is for, let's say 410. Okay. Just because I'm curious about how long this stuff takes me. You cannot use my emote? I'm sorry. Yeah, there are lots of wave emotes. You could also do Vohayo. Or you can do, what was it? I can't remember. There's like 2 or 3 other wave emotes. Wave emotes are pretty popular. Okay. Part 2. Turns out that the circuit is very timing sensitive. You actually need to minimize the signal delay. To do this, calculate the number of steps each wire takes to reach each intersection. Choose the intersection where the sum of both wires' steps is lowest. If a wire visits a position on a grid multiple times, use the steps value from the first time it visits that position when calculating the total value of a specific intersection. The number of steps a wire takes is the total number of grid squares the wire has entered to get to that location, including the intersection being considered. Again, consider the example from above. I like pictures, by the way. I learn visually a lot better. The intersection closest to the central port is reached by the second wire for a total of 20 plus 20. Which one's the first one? This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that must be the, wait a minute, which one is which? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, the closest is 20 from this way. And is it also 20 this way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, it's 20. Oh, thank you, Killaru. And thanks again for the sub. Yeah, // are comments. Yep. Thank you for that follow, by the way. They're not considered by the program. They're actually thrown away by the compiler. So what ends up happening is these lines just get tossed right away when the computer runs the program. Oop, there's a typo there. Those are thrown away almost at the very start, and then the rest of this text is crunched into what are called tokens. So each of these will be one thing. So one token for that name, one token for that name, a token for the punctuation. So that's the lexical analysis, they call it, reducing the input string or text into tokens. So during the tokenization process, you throw away all the comments, you take names and you add them to a symbol table, and there's like an ID number, and that goes into the token. And then it's just a string of tokens with all comments removed, and then the tokens are put through semantic analysis. So like the semantics, the grammar. So it says, okay, well, for makes sense here because it's at the beginning of a statement, and if makes sense here because it's right after, it's at the beginning of a statement inside of an else, and then it breaks it up into like a tree structure of rules that are matched. So an entire statement is one rule. The declaration of a variable here is one rule, and it's a tree structure. They're all nested. And then for all the rules, then code gets emitted based off of the way that they're nested. So that's how concepts like that this statement is actually a loop. This is the thing we're looping through, and this is the loop variable, and then you do this once per loop. That all comes out of that semantic analysis and converting these rules into and generating code for them. So it's called compiler theory, and they teach it in college, like I think senior year. If you're studying computer science, at least it was for me. It was like, I think it was a junior year class. So it's one of the first upper division classes, and I loved it. And I ended up making my own compiler for unrelated project. It was kind of fun. No programming knowledge might be hard to follow. Yeah, some of the stuff is advanced. Yeah. There's a big gap between if you're first learning something and if you've been using it for many years. It's hard to cross that gap. One way I try to to fill in that gap is to stream, and then I get feedback from you guys when you say, well, that's way over my head, or could you explain more about that one thing you just said? Then I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably break it up into smaller little pieces of explanation and then go through one at a time, and maybe even make a video about it and kind of describe what I'm doing. That I want to eventually do when I have more time. So make videos and explain things in more detail. Anyway, back to this. So yeah, it's saying that if you walk these lines, you get to this X from this O 20 steps by going one way or the other way. Thank you for the follow, by the way. A total of 40 steps Y. Choose the intersection where the sum of authorized steps is lowest. Okay, however, the top right intersection is better. Oh, because this is lower. Okay, so instead of being closest to the origin, it's the closest in steps, some steps. What's the fastest combined steps the wires must take to reach an intersection? Oh, okay. So I get it. So they're saying the last part one was find this X and not this because this X is closer to the O. Now they're saying instead of the one closest to the O, like in raw distance, so to speak, they want us to find the closest, so to speak, in number of steps, and we do it by adding the steps from all the paths to reaching it to. So that means I think I just need to modify my existing algorithms so that instead of finding the closest one, instead of getting the lowest Manhattan distance for each intersection, we want to find the lowest summed path distance. All right, so let's start by... thank you for the follow. Start by making a copy of 3.1 and 3.2, and then adding it to the build system. And then in 3.2, we'll put the 2 in the 2 places there. And it's probably the same, but I'm going to grab my own input again, even though it's probably telling me it's the same, right? And put that in this example. It looks the same to me. Let's close some of these other files. This one I don't need anymore. Don't need 2.2. Don't need that. 2.1. Just cleaning up my open files here. Which one's that? Yeah, we don't need that one. All these files I don't need open. Okay. Don't need that one. Don't need that. This one, let's open its neighbor in a minute. So let's build. And then we'll go to the other directory. Let me copy its sample input. Then I want to kind of open that in a buffer here. And then close the little old one. Okay, so now we're on 3.2, right? So 3.2 sources here. Does C++ have any functional concepts? Yeah. Especially in modern C++, there's this header, this part of the standard library called functional, and with it you can make function objects, and then you can basically have functions that when you call them return other functions, or they take functions as arguments. So I did that here for some reason. Oh, it was just for that? Yeah, so this idea here that you have a managed pointer to a file object, and then part of the template is you're gonna give a function that takes a file and doesn't return anything, and here's where it is. So this is called a function object, also called a lambda expression. So it is an object which is callable like a function. So it kind of has the best of both worlds. You can assign it to a variable, you can pass it to a function, you can return it from a function, but it itself is a callable object. You can call it and it will run this code when you call it. It's got other perks, like if I put in here like masses, like that, now it has what's called captured the reference to where this vector is, and so I could use it inside this code. No matter where that function object ends up, it has access to this code, for better or for worse. That's also the concept of capturing variables like that so you can use them inside of function objects that you then pass around is sometimes called a closure, because we are taking where this variable exists and kind of associating it with some code and making an enclosure that within this enclosure we have captured a variable that's outside of itself. But then once you've packaged it up, you can take it anywhere and still access this even no matter where you are in the code. You can imagine the bad thing about this is that if this is allocated and then later on it's deallocated or it falls out of scope or whatever, and you still had this function object around, you might end up accessing a variable that doesn't exist anymore. Bad things can happen. So yeah, this is what functional programming is like in C++. You have a lot of function objects either using this lambda syntax, or there's a couple other ways you can do it. There's like bind, there's like getting pointers to function, like the pointer itself could be considered a function object, that kind of thing. So you pick the syntax you like, the concept is the same, functions can be packaged as objects and called and passed around. Yeah, definitely. All right. I'm gonna say that I was distracted a little bit. Give me some more time. Oh, let's add a couple more to the clock. Let's say I really started at 15. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I made a copy of 3.1 into 3.2. I think the way I want to solve this is down here where we're laying out the wires. We're just holding onto sets. Let's actually make this a map from position to size t, right? And that size could be the number of steps it took to get there. So that type goes there, and I'm tempted to change the name. It's really position steps for each position or something like that. Let's keep the name the same though. Try not to get confused. So I'll need to keep track of step counter. So steps, let's set it to 0. And then in each side here, we're always going to increment it, right? If you're going to compute this, actually I want to increment it not there, but down here, right? We're going to increment the step counter, and then instead of inserting, what we do is we address that position and then store the steps there. Whoops. So you can imagine that if we're following this path, we're putting a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're actually numbering the number of steps it took that wire to reach that position. Svep. It looks like a F, but it's actually a T. It's probably the crazy font I'm using. Intcode. Steps, yes. So this will still work. It's a vector of maps. Should I say something in the comment about that? For each position, we store the number of steps it took the wire to reach that position. Okay, one other thing I mean to be careful about. This will overwrite it, and we don't want it. We don't want if it crosses itself to count it again. So I'll do this little trick. I'll say let's say if. Well, hold on. Let me think about this. I can do it this way. I can say auto positions entry is position. If that what's the type of that gonna be? Size t, right? So if that is equal to 0, then we can store it. So once it's set, and this will never be 0, it'll at least be 1, then the next time through, if we end up hitting the same position again, then it won't be 0, and so we won't update it, right? This will, if that position is not in positions, it's going to create an entry and give us a reference to it. If it's already in the map, it just gives us the one that was already there, and so it won't be 0. That makes sense? Makes sense to me. All right, start with positions touched by the first wire. Check the candidate. Okay, so we can still do this. The only problem will be that, hold on, let me think about this. That this is a map. This won't exactly work, will it? We need to collect the total for all wires, don't we? So you know what I could do is I can just sum together the positions for every wire here. So for every candidate, sum together the step counters for each wire. Why doesn't this work? Oh. Yeah, you're anyone who pets the cat's going to be on camera, by the way. That was Raimu-san. Yeah, your hand is being broadcasted to the entire world. You can see how much the kitty is loved. Everyone who passes by will pet the cat. Oh, hey there, Hideo. 3 hands. Yeah, it's not my hands. It's Raimu-san's hands. And then, hey there, Threnody. Or, Threnin. Okay, why is this not working? Let me think about this. This position, it's a pair, right? It's not, because it used to be a set, now it's a map. So it's going to be position dot first. And actually, I need to get the, I need to actually look it up. So let's assign that const auto. It's going to be an iterator, right? Other wire positions entry equals that. If that isn't found, erase the candidate. Otherwise, we can now sum into that, right? We can say that second plus equals other wire positions entry arrow second. So sum together the step counts, then advance. Right, so then at the end, we want to find the one with the lowest step count. So do I want to add more information to the position? No, I think we should just have this. We'll call this closest position, and then we'll have closest step count. Initialize that to 0, and we'll just say if that's 0, then that it's first, right? So the closest step count will be that's first, and this is second, right? Otherwise, if, well, let's get a name for this. Let me think about this. Yeah, let's make names for these. Const auto, so this is candidate positions entry. So position is this dot first. So I can make that position again. And then this is the step count is this dot second. I like giving names to things. It makes it easier to read. Closest position is position. Closest step count, step count. So otherwise, if step count is less than closest step count equals step count. I'll put the closest position. Closest, so it's not distance anymore, it's step count. There. And this is closest position. All right. Let's try it out. Advent of code 3.2. 56.410. So I have no idea if that's right. Let's try it with one of their examples first. So let's try this one. Input. Run it. 610. 610. All right. And then this one. $410. Looking good. So should I submit my guess? 56,410. I guess why not? There goes nothing. YOLO. Yes. First try. Oh, the toy. Who put the toy on the cat? See, my kids now know that there's a beast cam and that now they'll be caught on camera. I'm going to look at that VOD now and find out who did that. Hold on a second. Poor kitty. Let me fix this situation. Poor cat. Someone put this on the cat. Who could they? Why could they? I actually never seen this toy before. The third hand did. I'll have to find out whose hand it was. Oh, thank you, Nui. So I actually got that one really quickly, didn't I? 4:30, so it took me 5 minutes. No, 15 minutes. What's wrong with an Oshawott being on the cat? I don't know. He's sleeping. He's sleeping. You wouldn't want toys dropped on you when you're sleeping, would you? By the way, hello. I'll call you Digital. Hello, Digital. So that was cool. So I've completed day 3. Question is, do I want to keep going? Does anyone know if 4.1 is hard or not? Let me clean up this example, though. Yeah, so you guys were right. It really was just modifying 3.1 a little bit. Thank you for that follow. All right, let's check it in. So I'm going to amend just to get that part, and we're... Okay, there's another fix there that would happen. This was a spelling mistake, or typo. Fix typo. Commit. Hey there, Bop. How are you doing? Didn't take me 1 hour and 15 minutes? No, it's not 5:30, it's 4:30. 4 hours, 30 minutes. I spent about a half an hour mostly chatting and refining this one, right? So we started at 4:15. Yeah, it's only been 4.5 hours. All right. I got 1 gold star, yay. Let me at least read what is involved with 4. Actually, it's a very short one. Maybe we can do this. Secure container. You arrive at the Venus fuel port, only to discover it's protected by a password. The elves had written the password on a sticky note, but someone threw it out. However, they do remember a few key facts about the password. It's a 6-digit number. Value is within the range given in your puzzle input. 2 adjacent digits are the same. Going from left to right, the digits never decrease. They only ever increase or stay the same. Other than the range rule, the following are true. All ones meets these criteria. 223450 does not meet it because it's got a 0 at the end. 123789 doesn't meet because there's no double. Okay. Yeah, I'm using uptime time. Yeah. Does it have Linux support? Yeah, I mean, this code should run on Linux. It's generic C++, so as long as you have the standard header, you won't get this part of it, which is a memory. I just put this in all the time out of habit. It's a memory leak detector. So on Linux, you can build this, but it won't tell you if you have memory leaks at the end. Yeah, presuming that you're talking about the code I'm writing, it'll run in Linux. In fact, let me make a note to try to make sure I run it on Linux to test it. To do, make sure all this code runs on Linux and Mac OS. Yeah, it has Valgrind. I don't know how to use Valgrind though, and Nui always reminds me about leak sanitizer, and that's on my list of things to look into. I hope. Actually, I don't know if it is. Let me add it here. Oh, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Not a bullet. There we go. So, learn about leak sanitizer and Valgrind. I want to do that eventually. Oh yeah, this isn't about my game today. This is about Advent of Code. So, in fact, thank you for the indirect reminder. I need to write down that we're now working on puzzle 4-1 because I think this one isn't too hard. What's BL? Oh, Hideo's talking about Botland, which is made by Adam13531. I'm a member of his community, and his community is also doing Advent of Code, and there's like a unofficial leaderboard there. I will remember to do that, Hideo. Thank you very much. Remember to put, I don't know, put my stats into the VLAOC leaderboard. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be doing Advent of Code, and then I saw how much fun other people were having, and I'm like, I could probably catch up, right? And I am kind of catching up. In 4.5 hours, I have gotten to day 4, so I've done 3 days of work in 4.5 hours, so I could catch up. This one just seems like I could do it. I wonder how hard this really is. How many different passwords within the range given in your puzzle input meet? Ooh, we have to find out the number that are. And there's my input, those numbers. So we could just brute force it. I think the approach I'm going to take is to start with brute forcing, but then try to speed it up by skipping things that we know. Actually, we can just do that in the first pass. We can start with the starting number and then just use some checks to figure out what is the next number that we could check. Or the next number that would meet the criteria, right? And we would just count them. Never decrease, they only ever increase or stay the same. Yeah. Oh, this is actually kind of tricky. It's always 6 digits. Actually, the key, we can just have an array of 6 numbers then, right? Let me take a crack at this. So 4-1, and in 4-1, 4-4-1, we want to build it, and in 4-1's make file, let's say that it's 4-1, and in the source example, well, we know what it is. Will I still put that in the input? Maybe well, I don't know. I guess we can. I can just do a single sprintf for that. See how quickly I can do this. So get rid of all this stuff. All right, and then open the input file, read and parse the input. Parse from the input file the starting and ending numbers. So we're just reading a single line. And then we're having the 2 numbers, so start and end. If scanf line C string, it's a D, a dash, and another D. Start end is not equal to 2, then we got problems, right? Then do one of these. Bad input. And let's just print out numbers. Range. D to D. Start, end. There we go. Get ready to run this. And then I got a copy from 4.1 my input. Run it. Okay, so far so good. Thank you for the follow. All right, so what to do? Let me think about how I'm going to do this. So the important rules really are that 2 digits have to be the same. And rule number 2 is that they have to increase. So how am I going to do this? I guess we'll start with a naive thing. This is like a refinement process, right? This is, since I'm not an algorithm designer, I'll start with something I know. I'll start with an implementation I know that works, and I'll see if I can optimize it. Increase or stay the same, that is. Or stay the same. Yeah, you're right. So they don't go down. They always go up. Okay, so I'm not even going to comment. This is going to be brute forcing. So in general, it's while, well, we can make another variable. Candidate equals start while candidate. Does it include the end one? Within the range, is it inclusive? It can't. It's not going to include the last one because that's not valid, right? Because it has a 0 at the end. No, the 1 is less than the 8. So it doesn't really matter, but would it if it was valid? They say within. Does within usually mean inclusive? I'm going to say it's inclusive. So less than or equal to end. So let's just test the rules. Wouldn't it be easier to break this up into... Would it be easier to break this up into digits first? If it says it's a 6-digit number, then why don't we just do it... what's the right word? Not be too clever about it. We can say if... What's a name for it? Oh, there's a light being shown on the back of my blue screen. That's why you see that weird artifact. I gotta close my blinds in order to do that. I'm just gonna pretend that that artifact isn't there. First one also is also invalid. Yes, it's invalid. Because of line 2, exactly. So I'm just gonna try to code the first rules. I guess we can just do a count. Well, let's say has adjacent adjacent isn't the right word. It's that third hand again. Words are tough for me. Has same neighbors. How about that? Candidate. And digits never decrease. Then printf. And they just want to know the number, right? How many different passwords? So might be a password. Candidate. And then we're going to make these two functions. So bool that candidate and this one. All right, has same neighbors. So if candidate divided by 100,000 equals candidate divided by, actually we'll just break it into digits. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Void break into digits. Number standard vector. This, I don't like this though. I don't like this at all. Who cares? Digits push back. We can at least do the memory management correctly, right? Reserve 6, pushback number divided by 100,000, and then 10,000, 1,000, 110, and oh, this I need to mod after at this point, right? Mod. No, hold on. Mod 10, right? And the last one is just mod 10. Like that. And then return digits. Okay, so we're gonna break into digits. Const auto digits is break into digits candidate. I'm thinking I'll probably want to just make one function to do this. Input file for 22 is messed up. Uh-oh. How'd I mess it up? Contains a new line that messes up the program, finding nothing. Running it with the 2.1 input file works. How did I do that? Oh, sorry about that. That was just to show people. Here, let me fix that bug right now. Fix bug number 1. Fix issue number 1. Commit. Lightning fast. Look how fast I fixed that. Oh, wait, shouldn't it? Did that not work? It should have said that I fixed it when I checked it in like that. Yep, yeah, it did. It was just lagged. Close issue. Hoo-yah! Thank you, Nui. It compiles on Linux and runs, but you haven't checked the answers? Well, thank you for checking it. Or at least checking that it compiles. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Finally made it to one of my streams. How am I? I'm doing okay, Ender. This is not a typical stream, though. I'm working on it's some fun stuff. It's the Advent of Code challenge. So what I typically do is work on my multiplayer RPG with a custom game engine, but today it's coding challenges. So I did days 1, 2, and 3, and I'm on day 4 right now. Trying to catch up because technically everyone else is on day 13 or 14 or something. So this is the challenge, is find the number of numbers within this range that all these rules match. Two digits have to be the same that are next to each other, and from left to right they can't decrease. So I'm just trying the brute force solution here, where we break it up into digits, and then I'm going to look at every pair. So for 0 less than, wow, that little artifact behind me is really bothering me. Let me go close the blinds. I'll be right back. It's like the sunlight reflecting off of the car outside. The password fuzzer, yeah. You managed up to day 8. Monka S, does it get really tough on day 8? So this will be if digits I equals digits I plus 1, then return true. Otherwise return false, right? Digits never decrease. If digits 1 is greater than, no, less than greater than. Then return false. Otherwise return true, right? Let's just run that and see what it does. This is just the brute force solution. And it crashes. Vector out of range. I did something silly here. Oh, this should be a 5, shouldn't it? And it's stuck. Did I not advance one? Oh yeah, I didn't advance one. We need to do plus candidate. You like day 8? You're only an intermediate at this, and it was pretty easy. It talked about that. What I was reading, that you didn't have to be an expert at programming. A lot of it's just problem solving. There we go. We're getting all the passwords, brute force style. So I could just get the number at this point, right? So we are going to count them. So possible passwords. And then we just count it here. And then with the end we say, there are this many possible passwords. Possible passwords. Thing is, there are smarter ways to do this, right? So this is the brute force solution. $1,955. I'm pretty confident that's going to be the answer. Let's see if I'm going to be humiliated. Nope, that was the answer, but can I do it faster? What's the time? Uptime. 4 hours 51. Actually, I don't know when exactly I started. Actually, I can look and see. Where would I see that? Actually, I don't know. Anybody know when I started? I'll just count the full time. So that's 21 minutes. Some of it was talking. You can tell I'm not so good at tracking things. One of the reasons why I stream is to try to get better at organizing. Not too long ago. Don't print, as Nui said. Well, it doesn't matter if it goes slow or fast. I could also do it this way. I can just echo it to out. Oh, what did that take? Like 3 or 4 seconds, and then it'll be an out file. Under here. Oh, it's not showing up. This problem again. I gotta reload. And now it will show up, right? Yep. Out. Right, we print the range, and then so it's going to be this -1, so yeah, okay. Do I want that? Sure, why not? Sure, you can configure that folder. Okay, but can I make this faster? Well, I could combine these two, so let's do that first. Is possible password. And then I can just combine these two, right? Else, if it's greater than, turn false. Hold on, maybe I can't combine it like that exactly. I can't return true, can I? This has to be if, we'll set a flag here. Found same neighbors. Bool is false. Return found same neighbors. Whoops. So this should give me the same answer, but only looping through once. And then where is that output file? Here it is. So it gave me the same answer, didn't it? Yeah, 1955. Actually, can't remember if that was the answer before. I guess it was. Okay, so that's a little bit faster. We can have no unneeded function calls. What's the overhead or something like that anyway? Is it high or not? Never quite understood. 4.2 is also a rather simple addition. Okay, we can do that too then. But like, how much time should I spend in making this better? Because this is just brute forcing it by advancing it. Like, there are a couple things we could do, right? We can, like, looking at these numbers, if we're on this number, or actually when we're on this number, we don't just add 1, we would add, we know we would need to add 9, right? Because 80, 81, 82, etc. I guess we're going to have to... Actually, we have to look back to see if any of... We have to look back to see how many... We have to go back until we find the one that's not a 9, right? So let me do one thing. Let me print out how many we tried. So size t num passwords considered. And we'll increment that number out here as well. And then print that here. Blank passwords were considered. Okay. And then let's get rid of the prints here. Let's just get rid of that print. Because if I wanted to see it, I'd just look at this output file, right? I get not output. Okay, so we considered 541,000 passwords, right? So let's be a little bit more smart about this. So let's put this into a function. Candidate equals next candidate. Candidate. All right. So int next candidate, int candidate. Right now we can just say return candidate plus 1, verify that that works. Should give me the same answer, right? Same answer. So now what I can do is, considering what this output was, we know that if it rolls over, we should look at from right to the left, we should find the digit that's not a 9. And then advance directly to that digit repeated, right? So let's do that. Iterating the data twice when just once would be enough. Am I iterating it more than once? One thing I could do is, oh, I think we were talking about this, right? We're only iterating it once. Yeah, I consider it cheaper to just iterate once and test, because this will probably be in a register and it'll get reused. In fact, if the compiler is really smart, this comparison and this comparison could be the same, just setting different flags, right? What am I trying to make? I'm trying to make the answer to Advent of Code Puzzle 4-1. So if you go to Advent of Code, oh, thank you, Nui. It's like a challenge. Every day you get a new challenge, and we're on day 13, but I started today, so I'm catching up. So right now I'm on day 4, part 1. I got the answer, and I'm just seeing if I can do it faster. Faster means considering fewer candidates. So right now it's the brute force solution is you try all of them, and you find the correct answer, but you had to consider like 500,000 possibilities. All right, and so this is the naive approach. I think the more smart approach is to look for the last digit that will roll over. So searching from right to left, the first one that's not a 9, right? So you know what we could do is break these digits out first, like this. And then we can pass in the digits on both of these. Right? So these both get, oops, these both get an extra argument, which is the digits, which is this const digits like that. That should not break anything. This incremental approach I do for my normal stuff, I think it's really helpful to make sure that you're not introducing mistakes, is that instead of doing all of the work at once, you do it in small steps, and that after each step you make sure that nothing broke. You should only be improving and not breaking anything as you go in small steps like this. Okay, so that now if I have the digits available, I can just search from right to left until I find the first one that's not a 9, right? So size t position is 5, while position is greater than 0, well, greater than 1. If digits position is not a 9, then break. Not barack, break. In fact, I can do better than break. I can actually compute the answer here, right? If we fall through, what does it mean? We won't fall through. So can I just be optimize this away? I can just say for ever. We will find a digit that's not a 9, right? Guaranteed. Actually, that's not true. If the input has all 9s like that, then we will crash. So I shouldn't do that. This will be if it's all 9s. We're going to return 0. Why not? Actually, we should return 1,000,000, I think. Because the only way that that could happen is if we have 6 9s. Make it rather complicated? Probably. Again, I told you I'm not an algorithm designer, I'm an implementer. So, I just come up with a silly, simple algorithm in my mind, and I'm just translating it into code. Unless you're talking to someone else. Or should I be looking at this in a simpler way? I want to be searching for how to roll it over, right? Maybe you're saying I'm thinking about it wrong. It could be. If it's not a 9, then return let me think about this. So let's say we're sitting at this number, right? Oh, I don't want to see the answer, Nui. Try to naturally come to it. Maybe I'm just not as smart. I don't know. I think I want to do is have an amount we're going to add to it. So int advance, and we'll start that at 0. And at each of these points, we'll have, let's remove this for now. We'll have advance multiply by 10 and add the difference between 9 and that digit, or 10 and that digit, right? So at the end, for example, if we reach that 7, we would have had a 1 times 10 is 10 plus 1. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going from right to left, so this isn't going to work. Okay. I can do it a different way. I can have place times equals 10. Advance is place times that. Put that there. So it'll be 1 times 1. And then the next time through, it'll be 10 times 1. So it'll be 11. And then I guess what we want is this is added here. No. I'm going to want to add, to make it go to 800 and then add 88. So candidate plus advance and plus, let's move the, place. I can pre-calculate this. Const auto up. My names are horrible. Place times up. Place times up. Trying to skip when we fall out of validity. I'm trying to have it when it rolls, when it's going to what's the right word? When it, instead of going to 800, it should recognize that that these numbers are all rolling over back to zeros, and so when we increment this number, we should start the other digits at that number, right? That's what I'm trying to do. So the advance part, it would get us to 800, and then no, I don't want to add that actually. I want to subtract the advance. Okay, the other way would be subtract that number. Okay, this is tough. So I just want the digit. Place times digits position. This was wrong anyway. Let's get rid of that. Well, this goes there. Get rid of that. Yeah, my brute force code does the range by counting up by ones. I'm trying to have it skip the ones that obviously won't match. Think it should check the next permutation algorithm? Yeah, probably. See, I don't know algorithms. By the way, hello. Hold on a second. Cloudhawk, hi. And Pirates Engineer, hello as well. I don't know if I said hello or not, but hello, Fanat. It shouldn't be called advance, should it? It should be called remainder. So if we're at 667799, the remainder, I want the remainder to be 99. So I'm going to subtract that, so it'll be 667700, and then add 100, and then I'm going to take that digit and add that many in every other place. Should we make the number before the 9 equal to the 9 position? Yeah, maybe it would be simpler to just assemble it in the digits and then reconstruct it. I don't know, I'm trying to be smart about it though. Hey there, Manir Play. Okay, yeah, so it's just place. It's just that again. No, it's just plus place. And then I'm going to want to add, okay, I have to do more than this. I have to say, while place is greater than 1, okay, let's first, I can update candidate, right? So candidate minus equals remainder first. And we're going to end up returning candidate at the end. Candidate plus equals place divide equals 10. Will that work? There goes nothing. One possible password. No, that didn't work. Okay. The first one wasn't valid anyway. Oh, we have to start at a valid one. Shoot. Well, it should quickly converge to a valid one. Hey there, Tim. Beast Cam is right. The beast is asleep again. He was roaming around, but now he's sleeping again. By the way, you should check out Tim's channel if you haven't. He is working on his own games with his own game engine written in C++. And I hope to one day have a better shout-out system like Tim does. But right now, I can only give you a link to his channel. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, I messed something up here. I'm doing Intcode, Tim. I'm on day 4, part 1 right now. And I'm just trying to be smart about... I had a brute force solution, which just walked through and had checked the rules. And it got the right answer, but it considered over 500,000 possible passwords. So I wanted to actually skip the ones which obviously aren't the right password, and I'm trying to be smarter about it, and I'm screwing up somehow. So in the 5th position, which is the ones, if it's not a 9, let's say it is a 9, then the remainder is going to add that that digit until we get to something that's not a 9, and then it should end up returning the number. So why isn't it doing that? I guess I can debug through it. Let me do that. So let's set a breakpoint here, and I just need to do this debugger. New configuration. C++ Windows. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Default configuration, sure. Yeah, I'm going way over time. Oh, is the beast awake? Or is he just turning around? It's like he's just turning around. He does that. He like rotates in place. You be starving for now? Actually, I didn't get much of a breakfast. Wrapping presents most of the day. Still a bit of shopping to do? Huh. Alright, the program name. Should I just steal what I have in my other workspace for this? Let's edit the configurations. Yeah, let's just steal it. Let's steal it. We're going to call this Intcode 4.1. It's AOC 4.1, AOC 4.1.exe, right? And then what else needs to change? Workspace folder for current working directory. Actually, I want it to be that folder. Everything else is the same. Okay, so run. Invalid current working directory. Sure. What's different about my path? Build VS Code. Oh, it's 2019 4-1. 2019 4-1. All right, run it. It's still not right. What am I doing wrong? Oh, it's underscore. All right. Okay, cool. So we're running it in the debugger. The candidate is 1344792. Wait a minute. What's the digits? Oh, right. So it should have subtracted nothing, right? And then we're adding 1 to, so no, we're adding 10. Well, I guess this part is wrong. Let's try again. So it should be... Oh, no, that was correct. Sorry. It's got to divide by 10 first. It's also got to add place first, doesn't it? Candidate plus equals place. I guess that means it goes here first. I don't know. I'm not really thinking about it right now. I'm just trying to... Sometimes I get into this mood where I'm just trying to get to the answer by guessing. Place is 10, so add 10 to it. So that's wrong. So I do want to divide by 10. don't I? I wanted to add 1. That's what I'm trying to get it to do. So place is 10, goes to 1. We're going to add 1 and then return it. Okay. Go again. I'm just looking at the candidate now. 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and it crashed. I think. Or is it an infinite loop? I think it's in an infinite loop. Yeah. What's the position? Oh, we never subtracted 1 from the position. That would make sense. Okay. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 811. Oh, we have to take that digit and add it and multiply it here, actually, right? The first time we want to add 1, but then after that we want to add the digit again. So I should just say I want to multiply it, don't I? Gosh, this is hard. I guess I could just set it. I only want to do it once, though. Okay. Really horrible solution. Foo. False. If not foo. Foo is true. Can a place multiply by the digit in that position plus 1? Horrible. Don't do this. Don't do this at home. 5, 6, 97, 98, 99, 888. There we go. 889, 899, 999. There we go. It's working. So I should get the same answer, but with less considered then. No, it broke. Okay. It didn't work. It only found 70 possible passwords, so I'm not thinking about this correctly then. We loop through it a little bit more longer. Well, yeah, shouldn't it start all 2s? You can't go from 2 to a 0. That's not allowed. That's one of the rules, right? Nine, 77, 78. At some point it's breaking. I guess I can go back to printing them out. Let's print them out. Let's say if num possible password. Let me think about it. Let's just print out the candidates. Candidate. There we go. Let's print it out. Print them all out. Let's see where the sequence got disturbed. Oh, why did it stop there? Oh, did it have something to do with place? Or while position is greater than 1? Zero, 1, 2. So it'll be 2. Oh, greater than or equal to 0, actually. problem is position's a size t, so I guess I can do a do? Do? While position is greater than or equal to 0? No, because that will be a problem, won't it? Well, Yeah, my camera's acting up. Sorry about that. Let's go to the filters, chroma key. Must have gotten just really bright all of a sudden, and then faded back. Duplicating the new position. That's what I'm trying to do. This is the part that's duplicating the position. I have to do it once, but then I'm adding it to every digit. You know, going back to marching back. The dividing by 10 here is marching back to the right, and then adding that. We have to. This part makes all the digits go back to 0. So if it was if it started out at let me pick an example. 136, I don't know, 799, then that will reduce it to 136,700. And then we're basically marching from, starting with that, we want to add 100, and then add 70, and then add 7. So place was 100 at that point, so we added 100. Right? Yeah, because we multiply by 10 and then divide by 10. So it's 100, so we add it, so it's now, the first loop through, it's 136,800. And then that's why I needed this little hack here, because if place is 100, we have to make it 800, because next time we're going to divide by 10 and it's going to be 80. And so then we get, the next time we add, it will be 136,880, and the place will be 80. And then we skip that first step of multiplying by 8. We just divide by 10 to get 8. And then we're adding 8 more, and then we're stopping. Because we added 8, and then it goes, divide by 10 is 0, and then now it's no longer greater than, it should be greater than or equal to 1? I think that should be greater than or equal to 1. Oh, wait a minute. Greater than or equal to 10. No, hold on. Oh, shoot. This is so hard. When do we stop? It's when it gets to 0. When this gets to 0. So it would be if it's greater than 9. Right? No. We want 8. Hold on. Let me see if this works. Or at least works the same. Oh, now it's working. All right. What was the bug then? It was just that then, right? I had a 1 there instead, and it stopped early? No, that wasn't it. So what was... I had a bug in there. What was it? Before I added these comments, what else did I change here? Oh, it's this loop at the bottom. The loop was bad. Oh, I remember this. This will never be false unless it's all 9s. And then I got to be careful here. I guess I could just put a check here. I can make that forever. And then I can say if position is 0, break. There we go. That's maybe better. Or to do. Anyway, okay, so that, it's a little bit nasty, but it is a lot more efficient, right? Because it only considered 2001. So it's still, because of the second rule, there's some these candidates that aren't good, probably the ones right where it transitions where they're not duplicated. Wonder if I can see them. Would it be the early ones? Yeah, like this one. That one's not a password because it doesn't have two digits that are the same, but it's kind of hard for us to check that, right? We would have to know that up to that point there are no common neighbors, and so we can skip to 99 at that point, right? And then that might be a 9. Okay, poor example, but you can see what my point. I thought it would actually be a lot larger than 2001. Maybe I can go with this and just clean it up. How many did it actually consider early on? Let's do this out. How many does it consider before it actually gets a correct one? That's a good one, right? So it brute forced until it got to there, and then from then on they're mostly valid. Okay, I think I'll go with this then. I just need to clean this up. All right, read and parse. So beginning with the first candidate, check the rules to see if it's a valid password. After checking the password, advance to the next candidate. And then stop when we get past the last candidate. All right, I just need to clean up and document this this next candidate function, which is all a mess. You can't get out from the start location? I'm sorry, Fanat. Yeah, he gets kind of trapped. That's a bug right now in his logic. I fixed it in testing, but I'm still working on making it efficient enough to run in production without running out of CPU there. And hey there, NS George, how are you doing? Or I'll just say NS. Because I don't know how you want me to pronounce your name. How can I clean this up or make this better? Okay, maybe it would help if I actually drew out what I'm trying to do. So, from right to left, find the first 9, which will cause a rollover to 0 if we simply added 1. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Well, find from right to left, find the first digit that is not a 9. If we simply add 1, it will roll over to 0, which would not be a valid candidate. Obviously, right? So, example, 136799. Next candidate is 136888, right? So, how do I display this? Maybe 13688 is not valid. Maybe like this. Is the next valid candidate. It's not a valid candidate. So, from right to left, find the first digit that is not a 9. If we simply added 1, it would roll over to 0, which would not yield a valid candidate, right? So that explains this if part. Okay, while searching for the last non-9, build up a variable place, which will be 10 to the power of n, where n is the position, the place of the non-9. Example 136,799. Let's try to do this with ASCII art. Well, this is not going to work out very well, but that's okay. So first non-9, and then we'll say place is 100. So if it was this digit, it would be 1. If it's this digit, it's 10. If this digit, it's 100, right? So that's what place is. And then remainder, okay, also build up the variable place, which will be in, and also remainder, which is the total, which is the remainder of the number past that point. Remainder is 99. Place is 100, right? Actually, wait a minute. Will remainder always be place minus 1? And can't I just add 1? Yeah, what am I doing? Why don't I just add 1 that rolls it to 800 and then just add that digit to the right? Okay, that helps me out. So I don't need to compute remainder. So let's not even mention it, right? Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Sorry, I don't have a hello command. So I don't need a remainder, I just need to add 1, right? Plus plus candidate. That rolls it over to that, and then I just need to take that digit and multiply it by place and then add it in, right? So I need to get that digit out. Actually, it's that digit plus 1, right? Which I computed here. So I can immediately just do that right up front, right? I can do that. And then I don't need this foo crap. I can just, while it's greater than 1, divide by 10 and add it. And then I don't need this remainder. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if that works too. No, it's infinite loop. Where would it, I guess we'll just step through it and find out what's going on. Break. Interesting. It didn't get a break. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Okay, it's all screwed up. Let's try again. Okay, so it's in the ones digit, so it's going to add 1, and then it's going to multiply the place. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't be doing that. Multiply by 10. What's step over? It's F10. So place is 3. Okay, it did 1 extra loop. I didn't need it to do that, right? It should be if it's greater than 10. So we'll try one more time. Yeah, okay, so it'd be 3. Wait, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and then here's where it's going to build up this position, right? Till it finds the first non-9. And there it goes to 800. Place is 100, but now place is 800. Now it's down to 80. Add 80. Then down to 8. Add 8. Then return it. Okay, I think that works. Yeah, okay, so this should work. Let's look at the output now. Yeah, okay, that works. So it's a little bit better. Is that a cat or a dog? It is a pretty kitty. But I think of him as my beast. 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 Thought you wanted to do a simple puzzle because the stream is so long, now you're trying to optimize it? I know, sorry. I mostly wanted to make this somewhat readable. From right to left, find the... I'm explaining my algorithm here. From right to left, find the first digit that's not a 9. If we simply add a 1 and roll over to 0, which would not be yielded a valid candidate. While searching for the last non-9, build up a variable place, which will be 10 to the power of n, where n is the place of non-9. Then add 1 and multiply place by that the digit that rolled over, and add that digit to the rest of the digits back towards the right. I'll do it with a picture again. Example. That goes to 136 800. Place is 100, and then place multiply by 10 800, and then 136 800 goes to 136 880 because place divided equals 10 80, and then repeated once more. 8 goes to all 8s. That goes down to 8, and then place divided by 10 is 0. Stop. All right. So that's just explaining what the heck I'm doing here. I'm going to say that that's good enough. I'm going to move on. Yeah, I'm optimizing the solution to 4.1 right now. And sorry about my camera being a mess. It's because of the light behind me. Let's turn up the aggression on it. Okay. I should update that command now that I've gotten to day 4, right? There we go. Oh, I didn't put the smiley face at the end. There we go. All right. I've beaten this thing to death. I probably made a whole bunch of people leave because of how much I beat this up, but that's okay. I had fun. So this is oh, it's not that. Shoot. I guess I'll just come up. No, I'm gonna do it this way. Log, please. I want this text because I'm lazy. I want to just be able to paste something and then change the numbers. There we go. Add solution for puzzle 4.1. Push. Okay, you guys were saying that 4.2 is just a change to 4.1. Let's see if I can do it. Done with that. We're working on puzzle 4.2, right? Okay. Let the clock begin. 4.2. What's the time? 5:30. Wow, I need to stop soon. I need to eat. Maybe I'll just skip lunch and go straight to dinner. All right. 4.2, second half of this puzzle. And Elf just remembered one more important detail. The 2 adjacent matching digits are not part of the larger group of matching digits. Oh, great. Given this additional criterion, but still ignoring the range rule. Ignoring the range rule? What do you mean, ignoring the range rule? Following an out rule, This meets it because the digits never decrease and are all repeated digits are exactly 2 digits long. No longer meets it because it's part of a larger group. Okay, so we can't have 3 in a row. Okay. That meets the criteria. Even though 1 is repeated more than twice, it still contains a... What? Has no... A lot of these problems have no real-world application. The whole tongue-in-cheek part about it is that Santa's elves. So they're just arbitrarily made-up problems that make you try to think of a good solution. I think this is actually less programming and more problem solving. All right. What does this mean? Even though 1 is repeated more than twice, it still contains a double 2-2. Oh, so you discount this, but you count that. So it has to have at least one group of repeating digits. It has to have at least one group of a digit that's repeated exactly twice. Well, that there are 2 of them. Okay. All right, so let's duplicate 4-1. Call it 4-2. Oops. And go into the build system and say it's 4-2, and this is 4-2. All right, build it. And then here we'll go to 4-2. I'm going to copy my example input, which should be the same, and I'm going to run it again. I should probably remove that. Anyway, we have the same number of passwords, so it's the same code, so we're moving on. Particle Argon tutorials brought you here. This has nothing to do with Particle Argon tutorials. Odd, but welcome. You have just arrived at a random place on the internet. Have the cat bringing me something? He's like 15 years old. He's like an old man cat. He mostly sleeps all day. Unless he wants food. Then he yells at me, and then I go feed him. Okay, so the rules need to be updated. So this needs to be updated, right? It has to be exactly 2 of a digit and not more. So I guess what we'll do is we'll check if there are 3. If there are 3 in a row, it's no longer. We haven't found it. Hold on, let me think about this. I can have a flag that says that I can have a counter. That would be easier, right? So counter, same counter. And we would start it at 0, and then if this is no, we'd start it at 1. If this is true, we're going to increment it. Same counter. And that's not necessarily true. Else, we want to reset the same counter to 1, right? If same counter was 2, then we found the same neighbors. And actually, this has to be this has to be repeated down here. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Odyssey. And thank you for that follow, Lone. All right, I think this is good enough for a brute force approach. So have a counter. So if the first 2 digits are the same, it'll go to a 2. And then if nothing else is the same, at least it'll go through either here or here once and set that flag and return true, right? But if it counts up to 3, then it won't have set that to true. And if it finds a difference, it'll return it back to 1. I think that'll just work. So let's run that. And I'll pipe this one to out and look at the output. Output. All right. So fewer passwords. And maybe I should mark if it is a valid password or not. Then I can just see by eye if there are any that are out of place. So let's do something cheesy like right here. A tag is a space, and here, if it is a possible password, tag is a star, and then we'll just put an extra character here, tag. Something cheesy. And now I'll look at the output. Now there are stars after things that are actually passwords. So that's true. These are not passwords because they all violate one of the increasing rule, right? Or the non-decreasing rule. That is because it's got 2 9s in it. This is not because there are 3 8s. This is because we got 2 8s. 2 9s, not a password. So these are all nots. So this might be good enough because we're still not really considering very many more than there are possible passwords. They have a duplicate function and you're not doing copy paste or file management. You usually don't really duplicate stuff in the same folder nor want to rename it. What are we talking about? Oh, they recently added a new feature in Insomnia, a REST client, a Postman, where it triggers the rename field when you duplicate something, which is much better. Interesting. Should I just submit this and go eat lunch? Or should I try to make this better? To make this better, I want to reduce the number of times we do that. I suppose one thing off the bat is if this goes to a 9, it looks like we want to keep going until, actually, we want to stop at that number, which is odd. Did I miss the previous message? Oh, you hate copying things, do the same exact thing, copy. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. There was something I was using that was smart enough where if you copy pasted this, instead of saying copy, it would see that, oh, it ends with a number. Let me increment the number. And so it tried to be smart about it. I can't remember what that was, though. See, this is really tricky because, sure, when you go to that, we obviously know it's going to be 3 9s. And then we know that it's going to be 4 9s. So we're going to march back until it's not a 9, right, and advance it. But then we wait a minute, how did that work? Oh, because it's got 2 5s in it, right. Is that the solution? The very next one is that digit repeated and have the last 2 digits the next number? Is that always the case? Yes, yes. No, because you can have the repeating digits before. Okay, I don't know how to solve this. I'm just going to go with the solution. The solution, 1319. And then I'm going to go eat if I got the number right. Yes. I'm going to go eat. What's the clock at? So there's probably a much better solution, but that's as good as I can make it. Where is my counters? End was 5:48, so that took me 9 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. Okay, I got through day 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's check it in. Or do I want to augment the comment to explain what the heck I'm doing? Probably would be wise. So that's in here, right? So we should explain what we're doing. Count the number of same digits in a group. We reach here if we see a break between groups. Check if the last group was a duo. If so, we found qualified neighbors. Okay, and then this is the rule. Check the rule saying each digit may not be less than the previous digit. And then we reach here at the end of the number. And we may have been tracking a group of same digits, so check one more time for a qualified neighbors group. Sounds good to me. I'm gonna make sure it still works and I'll check it in and I'll be done. Yep, alright, checking it in. This is the solution for 4-2. Not the best solution, just the best I can come up with being very hungry. So, commit. So I don't know if I'm going to do this next week or not. Maybe I'll let you guys influence me whether yay or nay. So I don't normally do stuff like advent code. I was just doing this because other people are having fun with it. I have quite a ways to go to catch up anyway. So I could continue doing this stuff and try to catch up, or I could do it in my off time, or just stop. And whether I do it in my off time or stop, I could go back to my normal game development stuff. So maybe I'll just let you guys tell me in Discord or whatever if you'd like me to continue and try to do day 5. If I do that, it would be on Monday. Whatever I want. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll peek and see if 5 looks ridiculously hard for me or not. It would be kind of cool to continue and just see how long it takes me. And compare with other people. That might be kind of fun. But yeah, so I'll either be doing day 5 on Monday, or I'll be going back to what I normally do, which, if you haven't seen it, if you're just coming in now at the end of the stream, then feels bad, man, but you can watch this video to see what I normally do. And let me give you a quick glance at the game I've been... Whoops, sorry about the blinding light. This is the game I normally develop on stream, and this is the test area of the game that we're developing. So this game is inspired by the Ultima games back from the 90s, so it's kind of retro. It's online, so it's multiplayer, it's an RPG, and it is a custom engine, so a lot of my work has to do with building up different aspects of the game engine. So it'll be still a while before I actually focus on game content. The only content right now in the game is for testing. So if I don't do Advent and Code on Monday, probably what I'll be doing is I've been working on the in-game ticket system, trying to refine the APIs here so that there's not so much data over the network to pass this information around. Right now it's downloading the entire database every time, which is really, really bad. So I'll probably be working on that. Other things I might work on are the script that George is running is kind of flawed, and I've been meaning to fix it and deploy that into production as long as it's efficient enough. And I might be working on the code efficiency, or I might be doing a deployment on Monday. I'm not sure yet. So yeah, 5 is somewhat more involved. Okay. I might take a look at it, and if it looks too intimidating, I might skip it. Or maybe do it when I start feeling like I want to do something else, maybe. So anyway, that's it. And I hope you had a great time watching. Let me go find someone else that might be interesting to you. So I'm in a team called the Live Coders Dev, and there are plenty of other people on the team, and I'm just going to glance and see if there's someone in the team that we can raid. Okay, only a couple more people. How about other people I'm following? I want to have more than just 3 choices. So let me I hate this stream manager thing. How do I guess I just open up a new window, Twitch TV, and look at my follow list. Following. You need to read. Okay, I'm not good at reading, as you've learned today, right, Nui? I'm not so good at reading. There actually aren't a whole lot of people streaming. Interesting. I wonder if it's because it's Friday. It's Friday evening or night for a lot of people, right? We can raid Callow Creation. He's in the Live Coders team, and he's working on a Twitch integrated game, which is kind of cool. Let me make sure that he's not AFK. Oh, thank you for that follow. That's interesting. My live view had a network error. Did I drop any frames? No. Okay. Weird. How come my preview froze? I guess I'll just reload. Okay, he's not AFK. Perfect. We're gonna raid Calocration. He's working on a Twitch integrated game, alright? So I'm hitting the start raid button. Here we go. So thank you for all the follows and the subs, and hope you enjoyed me messing around with Advent of Code. And if you want to do Advent of Code, it's there in that link there. I made it to day 4, and all the way through day 13 is already published. So there's plenty of challenge there, and there's going to be a new one every day until Christmas, pretty much. So hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend. Bye. Say bye to Beast. Bye, Beast. Bye-bye.